Greetings, good evening. I'm going to make sure I can hear myself. All right, I think we're good. I hope everybody is well this Friday evening. We are approaching into 1966. Uh, yeah, the 60s just keep on getting weirder, from what it seems. A little bit more pastel. Um, yeah, a little more Vietnam. At this point, I mean, it is the height of the 60s. It seems like by this point, the peak of everything that you probably imagine about the 60s is what 1966 would be all about. Because I know by the time of 1968 comes around, it's like people are just done. And then 1969 is like, like right over the edge. But 66 was still kind of like you had that beacon of hope or something. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I wasn't there. Hey, man. Good to see you. God bless you. This is I'm guessing this is going to be a long one. So again, this is just because these launches, I didn't realize it, but this year is also the Surveyor mission. So we're going to have 2 lunar landings this year. So this year marks the first lunar landings of robots, of robotic probes, that is, landing on the moon, doing their thing, sending back signals. Now the Russians succeed in doing that first. So if we're talking about the space race, the Russians at this point are ahead, I would have to say. And so just to recap a bit of last year, we had a lot of the Gemini launches, or Gemini, which was the 2-manned American crewed orbital space flights. And we've been doing some extravehicular activities where the guys walked outside of the craft for the first time, and we had an orbital rendezvous in which 2 crafts met up, and that was the first time that had happened. At that point, the Russians had barely done it, and I read the account of the crew member, and I don't believe him. Because if you read how far away they were from each other, and this guy claims he saw the other craft, I don't know. I mean, maybe he did. So the only thing I'm going to do out of order on these launches is going to be I'm going to do the Gemini. I'm only doing 1 Gemini flight. So throughout this year, there were several Gemini flights, which again, those are the double manned ones. The one milestone done this year at the end of the year is where they actually docked with the Agena. They launched a Agena rocket up there into orbit, and then they launched themselves up there and rendezvoused. Because if there wasn't so much going on this year, I could just launch a bunch of different Gemini spacecraft just to, because it's fun to do. But at this point, so I'm going to save that one for last because that actually happened in March. But I want to get the 2 Soviet flights out of the way. So it's going to be 2 Soviet flights. And then the rest I'm going to do the Americans. Just because I, got to edit it a little. Oh dear, did I totally... Bizarre. All right, the notes that I thought I took are gone or scrubbed out. So I'm going to have to do it by memory, although I do want to actually say what I'm going to be doing. So just a second. And so the first one we are doing is the Russian moon landing. Let me know if any of this audio is having any problems, Jim. Let me turn that down a bit. Put on some Tchaikovsky. Nice Russian composer. So the first one is going to be Luna 9 from the Soviet Luna program. So remember, at this point, we our targets are solely, well, not solely, are very much focused on the moon. So we have Soviets and we have Russians. I mean, and we have Americans launching their probes back and forth to this thing. We've already impacted the moon. Now we have not yet orbited it, and we have not yet made a soft landing on it. We've had several attempts at soft landings. This one is going to be the first successful one. Looks like this guy was launched on February 1966. And just for an idea what this thing looked like when it was... So I did actually go and design this thing fresh, because here's the thing. 2 years ago, I actually did most of the... I didn't actually do it up to here, but I was designing these guys fresh. And I did just go in and make it, and then try to do a test with it, and it seems to work. So now the cool thing about the Russian launches is well, the Americans, it's to an extent, but the Russian launches just their rockets are generally overpowered. It's like compared to the Americans, because the Americans are, if you look at their overall habits in their space program at this time, at least the way they're operating, I mean, they have lots and lots of money. I mean, so actually the Americans are weighing it out between safety and how much money they can throw at it. To just make the thing as complicated as possible. The Soviets have all their different design bureaus that are all have their own deadlines, have their own. I mean, they're all pretending like they're operating in unison, but they're out their own speed, and there's a lot of problems between that. So let me get to, what did I call this guy? Looney. Looney should be, because it's the Luna program. It's not Looney 5. If I is this the one that I just simply... Yeah, it is. I'm just going to have to rename it 9. Well, it's 5. Why do I have 5 there? That's making me kind of nervous. Is this thing going to work? Luna 5. Was that another attempt at soft lander? Yes, it was. So I designed it to test it. I called it Luna 5. And although I made sure it worked. Although the Soviets' Luna 5 failed. So stock parts... trying to do these with stock parts, I mean, unless I was going to sit there with the tiny pieces and literally put like frame by frame little tiny pieces together, it would be so difficult. So I'm more trying to, again, demonstrate the physics of what's happening here rather than the... Whoops. To be exact on the spacecraft. Okay, so here we go. Looney 9. We're going to launch this from our desert site. Because again, the Soviets are launching from Baikonur Cosmodrome. Not sure if it was caused that at the time, or well, that's generally where they launch from. I suppose this could have been launched from some weird secondary site. All right, so yeah, this is going to be one of 2 of the Soviet launches this year. Let me turn that down a little bit more. So yeah, our soft lander, and then the second one is going to be the first orbiting spacecraft of the moon, which the Soviets did also. So yeah, so at that point, you could say the Soviets are a little bit ahead in the space race. That's pretty funny. Lift that up. Oh well, it's fine. It'll still work. Again, I'm making the closest approximation with the stock parts. with minimal effort. See, now I'm kind of thinking, did this thing launch during the day? But as long as the electric doesn't wear out, let's just warp to sunrise anyway, because I like launching in the daylight. I mean, because we're going to be putting it in a parking orbit, it doesn't really matter, especially with this game, because the moon is fairly lined up with the equatorial plane of the planet, unlike our moon and Earth, which are always on those, like, there's no like 23-degree tilt in this and that sort of thing. All right, it's going to be pretty loud, so let me back up here. All right, I don't think I should have any issues with this rocket. And that's what I was saying about the Soviet rockets. I mean, the design is so similar to to what they're still using now. I mean, it is the same design. They just make the smallest of improvements. I mean, once it works, it works. Because this design is the same thing they used for the original Sputnik rocket. I should probably start tilting over about this point. Onto the... Yeah, and again, because the planet here is in equatorial, there's no tilt, so it's fairly easy. Plus, this launching station is on the equator too, I believe. If it's not, it's fairly close to it. So, all right, I need to stop messing around and actually get this thing over. Bet you we are. Oh no. Yeah, I kind of can't remember the launch, the right way to do this. We need to start gaining speed really fast. Right now we're gaining speed. Good. If we don't start gaining speed, we are not making this orbit or Apple. So just let me get rid of all this stuff. Where are we at? So there's our parabola, our parabolic arc, the trajectory where we're heading. And this apoapse is as high as we're going to get right now because we're tilted over. We're trying to get a lot of lateral plane here, so that this arc can finally go right down over that circle and or over that globe. At this point, we can deploy that shroud. There's no real air resistance up here. Doesn't matter. This is kind of the problem is our apoapse still isn't up into the technical space zone. Right, let me let this thing go. So yeah, 1966. So this was February. So 1966. Vietnam. We started sending like thousands and thousands. Like I think it was 250,000 more troops to Vietnam this year. I mean, you could argue it was pretty much a Soviet proxy war between America and and the Reds. What do we got here? Let's do that. Let's do that. Next stage. We better be getting up some speed soon, buddy, because I really don't. Because this was like a week ago I did this. Can't remember. I mean, we're getting our speed up fairly well. Let's check our parabola. Yeah, look at that. We're going to be up right around there because that's just where we're falling into. Throw up a football and it lands. At this point, it just happens to be landing all the way over there and around the curve of the Earth. And then at that point, there's nothing to stop it. And there's gravity warping everything. All right, let me stop this here because our apoapse is getting really, really high, and we're going to be having a really crazy elliptical orbit, which is fine. But we don't want to go too crazy with it. And actually, because I'm using this this mod sheet. Still stock parts. And I'm just going to hit circularize, create and execute the circularization automatically. Now it's going to warp. It's going to get into the attitude that it needs to be in order to adjust that. This stage, there's still entirely another smaller stage after this that we're going to be using, because this is so yeah, the type of rocket used here is a Molinia. I forgot what that means, but basically a Molinia orbit means like a big giant floppy orbit, not a nice circular orbit, which we're about to do right now. Actually, check it out. The green's where we're at. Now we're burning that burn, and now we're increasing, and now we got a nice circular orbit because of math. Okay, we have got our circular orbit. You know, I don't remember what this thing is using for batteries. Now that I'm thinking about this, because I don't see any solar panels on this thing. Because if I'm recalling, I might have wanted to put solar panels on the side here. I might have to be cheating. Although, hold up. We already got infinite electricity right there. Let me turn that off just for the heck of it. I'm curious if this thing... I mean, it's not too bad of a cheating, because there's not a lot of tools available for batteries. I mean, there are fuel cells, which I kind of want to play with. But at this point, I'm not too worried about running out of battery. Like this game, this game by itself doesn't have like life support systems or anything like that. I mean, it's not going to get too crazy. And this is just... All right, so yeah, so we're in a nice big orbit. And now we are going to check out where the moon's at, all the way over there. That's all right. Let's just set that as a target. Right. Just for the sake of time here, let us do a transfer, a Hohmann transfer. We are just intercept only, or no capture. No, we do want to capture, actually. Let's see if we create that node. Okay. Well, this is a lander, so the only thing I'm worried about is making sure that we're on the light side, because the moon in this game is not tidally locked. So our moon is tidally locked to the planet. All right, let's do this because I'm going to keep this rocket on here anyway. We have this other smaller stage, and I think it's a block L or block M, different block sizes, which basically has the different upper stages of those Molinia rockets. Let's create and execute this maneuver. So this is going to be our Soviet lunar insertion burn. And let's see here. So that's our green is our nice little circular orbit. This is what our burn's going to do. 49 seconds of a burn. I don't think we have enough fuel for that in this stage, so we might have to... we will. No. No way. Alright, let's decouple that guy. We're going to have to activate. I'm just doing them manually. Makes me feel safer. Yeah, I haven't designed the orbiter yet, which is the next thing, but apparently the orbiter is the same exact spacecraft bus design as this one. Although I'm guessing it doesn't have a detachable probe, which this thing has. So the parameters on this thing as it lands on the moon are it lands itself and the top part of it. Now I couldn't make like a spherical thing, but this spherical probe pops off of it and lands on the ground, and these antennas come out of it, and it starts, praising the Soviet Union or something. All right, we've got that. Let me find... Okay. All right, so see, even though we've just sat there and burned that rocket for quite a long time, you can't really see much change. That's because all of the energy has gone into our flight path, which is all the way over here. Now, if I leave it here, so this does have us hitting the moon. So what I need to do is make sure when we do this, we're not hitting the dark side, or landing on the dark side, actually, hopefully. So before I start hitting warp, I'm going to save the game. That way if something happens too far, I don't have to waste a lot of time. Right, so I'm going to warp all the way, because at this point, so this is where we're heading. The moon at this moment is right here. When it hits over here, it's going to be here. So, let's see, if I just... You know what, at that point, just do it. Bye-bye, Earth. There it goes. And here comes the moon. Maybe it was I mean, I'm sure I could have, if I planned to not do it during, because I launched during the day. Probably should have launched like mid-afternoon. I'm sure there's some specific way that would have made this work better. Because at this point, I'm going to have to arc around the moon in order to land on the light side. Which is, I mean, that's probably fine. Alright, is our maneuver done? Alright, oh wow, we are pretty close. Doesn't look that close. It's because it's pretty small. We're not this far. And as I speak here, our current Artemis mission is heading back to Earth right now, after being in orbit around the moon for a while. Alright, so I am going to change. Let's see, if I add a maneuver, it shouldn't really take too much to. Yeah, there we go. I just do that. Now that has me landing on the equator. I don't really want to do that. Shifting that a little bit. No. See these little tiny maneuver changes. They're not taking that much. This is a burn time of 4 seconds. These little orbital adjustments. What I'm trying to do is just make sure I get around the light side. And I'm trying to make it sort of... Oh, whoops. See, I did not want to do that. Alright. Let's try this again. Let's just do it over here. I have to set it for the point in the future. I got that. Actually, it's like all we gotta do is that. Just to make it simple. 6 seconds. It gives us a... Yeah, we're good. I wonder if we could even land in that crater. Just try to go. Oops. That's taking us there. That's going to adjust us by that now. We're still only at 6 seconds. Will that change that? No, it won't. Seven seconds. Don't want to add too much. At that point, we're not hitting it anymore, so we're going to have to slow down again. Which is kind of fine. Matter of fact, let's execute this node right now. Let's get this done. Alright, so we're warping. Time is going fast. You can't really see because everything's sort of relatively really far apart. Yeah, this final stage, which was generally used, Pretty sure they would have used this upper block stage for course corrections, which is what we're doing. So I don't think we're getting too far off the mark. But at this point, so now we're going to be arcing right over the moon. There's the Earth over there. So once we get to this point here, we're going to add a maneuver to retro burn. Oops. Add a maneuver to burn retro. Because we have to slow down. And we don't have to slow down exactly there. Actually, yeah, if I was really going to save fuel, I would retro burn right here. And just make sure I'm hitting the moon at some point. Which is probably what I should just do. Wow, that's still 29 seconds. I really took a lot off of it with that one little burn. I think we're okay. Actually, yeah, we don't even need to do that because we can, if I did the burn over there, it would have been a 30-second burn. If I did the burn right now, actually in the game, half an hour from now, half an hour from in-game time, it's only a 7-second burn. That's how much difference it is depending on, that's how much you're saving fuel depending on when and yeah, what time and what point in your trajectory and your course that you're making the course correction. So right now we're going to make another course correction, which is going to arc us a little bit closer, because if we just let it go right now, we would just swing right around the moon, just like that, and we'd just be in a big giant orbit around the Earth. The green is where we're at, and now we're getting in real close. So at this point, our orbit is so close in 13. Again, for game time, this is like, it says 13,000 meters or 13 kilometers up. So yeah, at this point, I believe the closest you can orbit the moon here is like 7 miles up to this, like, where your orbit's really small, because there's no atmosphere here, so you could do really tight orbits. Now, so I still have a lot of fuel in this upper stage here, so I might as well just I guess it would be kind of cool to just come down in this one crater. Maybe try to come down in this valley would be interesting, but I think the crater somewhere would be good enough. So if I just do it again, another burn. 1 second burn. If we can go up a little bit, just that land right in the middle of it. That'll take us right into that valley. Take us right at the foot of the valley. Let's do it. The only reason I'm wondering, oh yeah, we're going to be out of fuel in this thing, but that's fine. We have just enough fuel, and I mean, this thing has its own engine. There we go. All right. What do we got going on? If this thing finally got no fuel, not enough fuel to do what it needs to do. Oh, electricity. See, I knew it. What do we got? All right, so this engine is The stage is finally dead. All right. Oh, I got this thing. Let's extend antennas. These things are supposed to be scanning and doing all this stuff just to try. It didn't have like science on it. Was cameras and that sort of thing. There wasn't like, I don't think there was like a lot of radiation detectors or anything like that. Also, it had a main retro rocket and then a couple of these side thrusters. And that's what we got. So hopefully we have enough fuel to do this. There's the Earth over there. So here's this should be the successful. So yeah, let me check our staging. We got this engine. What is this? That is popping off is the last thing. That's the top part. Yeah, I didn't really organize these. So let's see. The first thing we got to do is activate those engines too. And because a bunch of the stuff on the side actually drops off, just so it saves weight. So you're it's not using so much thrusters. I don't think I need to do anything else with this. What is this though? Let me check the inside of here. So all I have in here, I believe I have something with a battery in it and radios, just to try to like send a signal. Okay, so let's get this fast forwarded a bit. I guess I might as well activate these rockets, these engines. And let's warp down to what we're doing. Oh wow, we've changed a good deal here. That's interesting. So if we back up just a bit again. I mean, yeah, let's just do that. Execute that node. Must select a target for the buy and positive transfer. Yeah, well, I'm not doing that anymore, buddy. Whoa. All right, and that little turning meant that we are now no longer in any kind of orbit or any kind of trajectory. We are on a downward course towards this thing. All right, and we can just simply tell it to face retrograde. All right, so let's just fast forward it. No probe control. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Well, no, I didn't, but in thinking about the right side of the moon. Although once we get something in orbit, we won't have to worry about it because we'll have a relay. So I've lost control of this probe because it's on the other side. Because again, this moon isn't tidally locked because our moon is always, the one side is always facing us. If that was the case here, that's obviously the side I would have aimed for. And it would have been during like, well, they didn't, I think they did it during more a half moon. During a full moon gives you less visibility because there's just too much light. So how can I cheat here? I know I can like turn off the, what do I have to do? I can't remember now. Let's see, I better do something. I know I can turn off the comm network. There we go. All right, that's pretty cheap, but nothing to be done. All right, so we are technically, that's the thing, we're talking about physics here. dropping, flying through space. Because really, everything's relative to something else. The moon itself is moving too. We're just moving. We just happen to be moving along this course that we've put ourselves on. Because there's no air. There's the only interaction, aside from just the gravitational pull. It's gonna be just hitting this thing. So what we're gonna try to do, man, I don't know, man. This is gonna be pretty. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to be cheating here. I did do this without cheating before, except for the electrical thing. But let's see how much we can, because all we need to do is slow ourselves down to the point where we're landing. At this point, I'm just trying to wait until the last minute. Let's just save it again. I'm going to save this M2. So if I do a maneuver to where, we're already hitting the, so we don't really have to, well, actually we kind of do. Go all the way down. All right. All right, well, so far we do, so how much fuel do we actually have? We have enough to burn for approximately 36 seconds. Is that enough to slow us down to the point where we don't crash? So if we do it here, add maneuver, boom, 19 seconds. All right, let's just do it. Let's warp to it right now. Where we go? Wait. That doesn't automatically do it. Maneuver planner. Execute next node. All right, it is warping to it. Oh dear. All right, so at this point, those rockets should, we've got a 19-second burn for it to slow us down. And not run out of all our fuel. Oh yeah, I forgot about dropping that crap off. See, that stuff's technically falling. That's just more weight to try to stop. All right, so now we're slowed down. So let me put us, now we're going that way. So I'm going to manually do it. So that slowed us down quite a bit. So we're only falling at 55, 56. Now we're still, now we're accelerating. So if I'm going to manually increase it and see these surface, this is basically our speed relative to the surface of the moon. Now we've stopped. Oh, something just hit down there. Oh, over there. Okay. Yeah, because when we dropped the radar stuff off, it was still flying in that direction, technically. So this number says 0. We're basically floating and not moving at all. But, because of gravity, we're going to start falling again. But at this point, we're slowed down enough to where, as long as we land somewhere flat. All right. So again, I did have to cheat on electricity and comm systems, communications. Although Soviets might have made this robotic to where it totally. Oh crap! Wrong one. Shut up and actually let this thing land. All right. All right. So, this is a bunch of old ones too. Rendezvous maneuver, spacewalk, scientific data from Mars, which is Duna. Escape influences. These are the moons of Mars for Duna. Also all the stuff with Mars that we did. Venus, Blah, blah, blah. Let me see if new ones pop up. All right, so now check it out. Boom. Now. Oh, it fell over. Cool. This is the main thing. This thing can run analysis is performed for the moon canyons. And I believe I can send back if I had electrical charge and carbonate access. Can you actually does it let you send back just random data? I don't think it does. There was one that on the old one that did that I used. Like some kind of well, maybe I'm thinking of a crew report. All right, well there's a soft landing of a spacecraft, even though that just fell over. But that's fine. Technically, this is the lander. All right, and yeah, the Soviet one looked kind of cooler. There's this little thing that kind of popped up with this this shell. I'm sure it had like the hammer and sickle all over it. Hello, Zinks. All right, so the next one, the final Soviet one I'm going to do. Oh, yeah, so this thing also returned pictures, and this thing was like a little camera popping out the top of it that took pictures around on the moon. So that's the first soft landing spacecraft. Where did we end up landing? A little double crater. Right outside of this valley here. All right, let's get back to the Space Center. So anyway, back in 1966. Again, 250,000 troops sent to Vietnam. I mean, all the crazy 60s music, the Beach Boys were big. Or the Beach Boys had started, that's when like their Wouldn't It Be Nice album came out. Pet Sounds or something like that. But I think it was kind of like their pinnacle album. I'm familiar with the Beach Boys, but I didn't follow them too much. I couldn't tell you like what songs are off of what album. Although I know the ones that Brian Wilson, when you really started getting into this kind of competition with the Beatles, this album is the one that was supposed to kind of be starting to get really like become like a composer rather than just sort of like a pop band. All right, so the next one's the next one's going to be very similar. Hopefully, it won't take as long because we're just orbiting. I'm going to change the top, so it's basically just going to be the same thing. I'm going to change it to Looney 10, and it's since it's just an orbiter, I'm not going to have this top thing, so we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Actually, get rid of that entire deal. Probably just add a probe core, just for looks. Add a couple of relays. Yeah, you know what? Just for time's sake, I'm not going to try to make this thing pretty. I mean, it's already got communication stuff on it. I should put some kind of scan. See, these are surface scan. See, this game default does not give you a lot of science type of stuff to work with, which is kind of lame. But that is what it is. I mean, so we just have to pretend that this thing, I haven't used a lot of mystery goo stuff, so here I'll put few mystery U containers on this thing, just for science. But this was an orbiter, and what the real one did was take pictures of the surface, because again, all this stuff was attempting to try to seek out places to land on the moon, that sort of thing. Now, where the Soviets were, I mean, we know the American program, which is the next ones that I'm going to do after this, is going to be, we've already had the Ranger program, which was the lunar impactors. So the next two are what we're going to see. There's the Surveyor, which is the Americans landing probes on the moon, which I think that's next after this one. Let me stop talking and get this thing rolling. Can I put anything else? Can I fit? See, this camera is way too big, so I can't even use it. So this is fine for what it is. All right, let's get that out there. Desert launch site. Yeah, the American version. So they had Americans had 3 basic programs for their lunar robotic missions leading up to Apollo, which because the manned stuff leading up to Apollo were the Mercury and the Gemini, but for the specific lunar programs, we've had the Ranger, and then we're going to see the Surveyor this year, and also the Lunar Orbiter. So this is the Soviet orbiter. This year, also later on, the Americans launched their own orbiter around the moon, but the Russians did it first. And this one, they have this play like it's like the Marxist anthem or something. Once it like that's what they sent it to do, was play the Marxist anthem around the moon, or send out a radio signal playing it. What's going on there? How come I can't toggle SAS? No operational SAS modules. I don't think it's gonna do. Hold on for a second. Did I get rid of that thing's only viable computer system? Yeah, I probably don't want to start messing around like that. I mean, I guess that would be a nice challenge, but no. Let's just use this thing. Put this thing on top of it, and we're going to cram that right down in there. All right, let's go back there. Oops, Looney 10. Let's just save that for posterity. Let's launch it. Hey man, much appreciation. I actually just heard that a non-small YouTuber who is like into space stuff, actually the Everyday Astronaut, has been selected to literally go to the moon by the Elon Musk SpaceX program. That's helping YouTubers. That's insane. And he seems like a really great guy. He's a real humble dude. All right, I don't think I need to do anything crazy with this. So let's launch it. Let's get our distance. This is kind of loud. I'm trying to recall again if I need to at what point I need to start tilting over. Well, these guys have been fairly reliable. These my little versions of the Soyuz, or what? This ain't a Soyuz. The main difference between the way these rockets, the Russians designated them, is just the specific changes. Like for instance, this is supposed to be the Molyneux rocket, which it just has the top parts of them just have extra blocks. They might have a slightly different variation on the type of engine that they're using. but generally, they're built to contain a separate upper stage. Oops. Go in here. Still got that problem I've never fixed as far as figuring out what's blowing up on that. I hope I'm actually doing equatorial orbit. Did I launch this from the desert last time? I don't think I checked the map. Get rid of all that stuff, showing every other thing floating around out there. Yeah, we're pretty much going into the equator. There's our parabola. Our apoapse is right up there. Just apoapse again, which is how far we're going to be. Once that gets to 70, that means we're going to be in space, as long as the drag doesn't drag us down. We can get rid of that shroud. Probably change that to make it not crumble into like 8 pieces. All right, there's a nice little. There's the airstrip where we came from. Now we're not even close to being in orbit. We're not even in the 4 digits for how fast we're going. But we're still increasing speed exponentially. We'll have a whole other stage, and another whole other stage, and another engine in that. So, again, these Soviet rockets are. There you can see our ballistic trajectory, and our engine is now run out of fuel. Separate stages. Oh man, look at that, it's jumping around. At this point, I'm just going to use the maneuver planner and circularize this right now. It'd be a nice small orbit, 87 by 87. That's fine. When I did these a couple years ago, I sat there and tried to make them, looked up the exact orbit that they put them in. But again, if I wanted to get that crazy with it, I would. There's a mod for a real solar system that actually gives you the real size of the planet to scale. It's absolutely crazy. Assuming your computer can handle that kind of thing. But now, if I was, at that point, because you could literally just download that, have the precise Earth solar system, and then download all the precise actual replications of these, the real versions of these things. But there's so many other people who have done this, and plus I'm years late doing this if I really want it, because this game has been out for so long now. But this is just fun for me. Alrighty, we're in a orbit. So let's get our Lunar Orbiter to the moon. Right, I'm not going to use the maneuver planner, I don't think. I should just be able to pretty easily add a maneuver. Probably don't need to go that far. All right, that gets us fairly close. Let's do it. Lunar injection. Soviets about to beat the Americans into orbit of the moon. Now, a couple other things I'm not going to do on this for 1966 is, which I mentioned last year because I think they were launched last year, are the Venus missions that the Soviets did. They launched a Venus flyby mission, and also a Venus. It was supposed to be a lander impactor, similar to the one I just did on the moon. But they lost contact with the spacecraft before it got there. So, I mean, they think it did hit, but the thing with Venus is it's so, you know, I kind of want to do it, but the thing is, they think it actually did hit the ground, but Venus is so corrosive, and the atmosphere is so thick, like especially for this game. Like, if I just sent something to the Venus of this game, it would just get destroyed in the atmosphere. So there'd kind of be no point. So that's why I just had to decide what not to do. So, and it technically wasn't a successful mission anyway because they lost contact with it. Now I have done other missions like that where they did lose contact, but I still did it. But whatever. There's too much going on here. At this point, just sending stuff to the moon. What are we doing? Oh, we ran out of rocket fuel. So that stage is done. Let's activate that guy. And that should compensate us enough, although it's not going to be accurate anymore. That's using up a good deal of fuel, but we definitely have enough to get into orbit. That's all we're trying to do. Because yeah, again, the Soviets, just like with their rockets, with their satellite buses, this one you can just there's been just a steady evolution of what they look like. I mean, that's how all of the stuff is, but with theirs, like this satellite, this Luna 10, which they're using as an orbiter, it's fairly identical to the previous one. And then with their lunar probes, with their Martian probes, with their Venus probes, a lot of them don't look much different. Hey. Is the same weird thing happening that was happening last time? Well, I know this time because where this maneuver node is like, all right, whatever. Because I don't see us hitting the moon, even though I just did that burn over here. This is probably just one of those things where if I keep, this is so lame. All right, whatever. Yeah, look at that. I don't understand why it's doing that. Because it's not accurate. So for some reason, the maneuver node is like giving me something that's for another orbit. There must be something. I wonder if that's what this lead time is. I guess I should find out. This is something that must have changed with this mod. I mean, it's no big deal. I'll just keep this, but it's still lame. Because basically I just had to make, I just did super fast warp, but it had to do an entire orbit around the Earth once. Although, I could have done that. I could, well, all right, let me get this going here. Because a lot of the subsequent lunar probes from the Soviets are actually doing those kinds of orbits. The Soviets did one of them, which I don't think they've done yet. They put like animals, they put sea turtles in it, and they launch it to the moon, and they do the same type of orbit that we're planning on doing with or almost same type of orbit, I believe, that we're planning on doing with the Artemis Orion program, which is this sort of back and forth orbit between the Earth and the moon. Because once something gets in that sort of trajectory, I mean, you can set it pretty well to where if you time it right and do the right math, you're just constantly in this circuit between yourself and the moon. Just like in the last one, I did a geosynchronous orbit. Because a lot of it's just a matter of timing and placement. All right, so let me stop yapping and let's warp to really close to the moon. There's there goes our home planet. We don't have to worry about it being the dark side or light side now because this thing's just going to orbit. We have plenty of fuel in this block thing, so we are going to have more than enough fuel. I actually do want to see what the orbit of let me see something here. I'm going to check out what its orbital parameters. This thing went into a 2,000 kilometer by 28, so this thing was in a huge orbit. A 71 inclination, which is that's almost a polar orbit, I think. Yeah, it's like 99. It's like polar orbit. Interesting. And played the international. Am I correct there? I'm no good at numbers. I know that there's a thing where if you look up Luna 10 orbit, you're able to quickly find the actual. All right, let me not get hung up on that. Although, yeah, I'm pretty sure it does go into a polar orbit. Or almost polar orbit. And again, the big reason is because the farther away you are from it, you don't have to worry about losing contact, and you can get take more wide scale pictures. Okay, you see, even though it's moving in that direction, the fact that the moon is creeping up on me, now all of a sudden, this is where my orbit and its orbit there's no longer any meaning in their difference, because it's technically going faster, and then it's catching up to me. So at this point, and then again, we're relative to each other. So even though I'm traveling in this direction over here, and I will be over here at this periapse. The moon's going this way. So anyway, I'm going to do a maneuver right about. Man, that thing was in a huge orbit. I still want to try to do a polar orbit. Let's see. I have plenty of fuel. Add a maneuver. We're going to back us up. 12 seconds is going to do all that. Let's see. Polar orbit. That's really crazy. Maneuver. Oh, that's a 45-second burn. That'll take us into pretty much the same type of orbit. And there's got to be a better way to do it. See, if I do a burn like right now, 19 seconds. Look at that, 24 seconds. So what kind of parameters was this? Because again, since the scale of the game are different, I don't want to precisely match it up. But it says that this thing went into a 2,000 kilometer by like 2,700. So I'm already practically there. So all I gotta do is, yeah. Get that up. I mean, that's even going to be a bigger orbit than what we need. Now if I just keep doing that in that direction. This is all one burn, too. Put us in a nice, huge orbit. 2,000 by 16. That's fine. We're just going to keep it like that. Let's do that, and that'll put us in this gigantic orbit. Create and execute. No. The fact that I'm doing it with this upper block stage, pay no attention. All right, so we are quickly moving. And we're burning in that particular direction to where you can see the green is where we were heading. Now it breaks off there because if we head off that green part, that's where we're no longer an influence of the moon. We're back in the influence of the Earth, or the Kerbal. But you can see because we're burning, we're slowing down, or retro burning. That's changing. It's all changing now. And now our trajectory is specifically interacting with the gravitational force of the moon. And there we are. That is not any kind of polar orbit. That's fine though, whatever. Do you want to get rid of that block stage? Some of these communications. Didn't I have an antenna on here? Another one? Oh, there it is. Not that it matters. Well, actually, it kind of does, because turning that back off. I can always turn it back on. All right, so yeah, so I'm in this lunar orbit, and as far as we know, this thing is still in orbit around the moon, like to this very day, the real one. There's no reason why it wouldn't be. It was far enough away that it wouldn't have decayed. Like some stuff that's put in really close orbit of the moon will eventually decay because there are some portions of the moon that have where the gravity is super strong, and other parts where it's not, because it's all based on density. Yeah, so here's this big orbit around this thing. And if I go in super time warp, you can see me just spinning around. Oh yeah, and the Marxist revolutionary anthem. Yeah, they set that thing to broadcast. I'm going to put this in a bit of a closer orbit, because again, if we're talking about scale between this game and real world, like 2,000 kilometers of real world versus this, I think closer orbit would be cooler. All right, so we got that. Dip that down to about 470. Add another maneuver to circularize that. I'm not going to worry too much about core stuff. So again, though, if we're thinking about the fact that this thing is spinning in one on an axis, if you're in a polar orbit or even a slanted orbit like this, and you're trying to take pictures of the thing, that's the best orbit because you're going around on a different axis as the sphere itself is spinning on its own axis. So at some point you're always going to see every single part of the object, which is why a polar orbit is used for like spy satellites and these kind of like camera scanners and stuff. Oops. All right. I'm gonna go see if I have any coffee left. Mick, good to see you, man. Sorry about this this commie music. If you're over there paying to this. All right, let's go back to Space Center. So we're done with the Soviets. Now we got some more lunar stuff though. 1966, where we're doing lots of stuff with the moon here. And again, the Gemini things were all over the place, and there were lots of news. Like you can watch Walter Cronkite talking about it, watching them. I mean, it looks like people were watching those things live, all throughout like 64 to 60. Like, well, I guess before that, the Mercury program, John Glenn. I mean, I guess it was cool. Like over the course of 10 years. So I figure if you were 10 years old when this stuff started, I mean, 10 years old was really into stuff. And by the time you're 20 years old, like this stuff is happening. So if you were like 7, 8, 9, 10, up to like 12 around the 1960s or early 60s like that, like you literally grew up like watching this stuff, like grew up with it. Because again, 1958, one satellite. And then now we're not even 10 years later, 1966, and there's like hundreds of launches. It's wild. I'm going to go see if I have more coffee. I'm also going to see if I'm going to copyright strike this video. Because I can't help it. I want to put this... I want to put this video on because I kind of love it. For 1966, it's like the perfect 1966 video. I hope it's not too loud. Hold on.
I keep on dancing for talking on a triangle jerk right now. Shake it, baby. Come on and show me how you work. Now you're in motion. Time you gotta do the locomotion, yeah. Don't keep away. Shake it, yeah. Keep on dancing and a practice. Keep on dancing and a practice. Keep on dancing and a practice. Keep on dancing, dancing and a keep on a new and a jerk. Shake it, baby. Come on and show me how you work. Keep on dancing and a practice. Keep on dancing and a practice. Keep on dancing and Keep on dancing and a practicing. Keep on dancing and a practicing. Keep on dancing and a practicing. I keep on dancing for dancing on a triangle jerk right now. Shake it, baby. Come on and show me how you work. Now you're in motion. Keep on and do the locomotion, yeah. Don't hurry me away. Shake it, baby. Keep on dancing and a practicing. Keep on dancing and a practicing. Keep on dancing and a practicing.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the 80s, but the reruns that were on, I mean, I recognize all of those. For the most part, there's always the weird obscure one, but then once we got cable in 1987, when we got Nick at Night, and that's when the more obscure ones like Dobie Gillis and stuff I was watching. But yeah, the Munsters, Batman came out that year. Like I remember watching Batman with my cousin. Like as far as I was concerned, that was brand new. Like the Batman. Looking back, I was like, that was from 1966. Same thing with Star Trek. Like I watched Star Trek from as early as I can remember. Well, that's not true. I remember it from when I was in kindergarten. But it's just so strange to think. Like so from when I'm remembering when I watched Star Trek, so that was around 1983. So like 20 years before that, or less than 20 years before that, it's the 60s. But that's like, man, time is just so weird. All right, so I don't know how much I'm gonna. Assuming the stream is gonna still be up. I'm not sure what they do if you get copyright strike, because that song is up. But I'd rather have good music than nothing at all, and then have to deal with it. If I have to mute it later, then that's fine. So we have a bunch of American launches going on here. And the 60s continue.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
And we're going to go on to... All right. Oh man, see, I wrote down the order, and I not copy paste it. Lame. I know we got Surveyor 1, May 1966, May 30th. Orbiter, Lunar Orbiter. Just another orbiter, just like we just did. I just designed it like an hour and a half ago. Same thing with this American lunar lander. I just designed it completely from scratch. I know I had done it one a long time ago, but I know I never was actually able to make it without cheating. This one I finally did, without having to put on infinite propellant or something. Lunar Orbiter. August 10th. Okay, so first we got the lander, then we got the orbiter. Okay, and then we'll do Gemini. Was there a third one that I had on there? I put it in the description of this video. Nope, that's it. Surveyor 1, Lunar Orbiter 1, and then I'm going to do Gemini 8. Okay. We're going to want to turn that down a little bit more. It looks like it's down. All right, let's get rid of this red flag here. All right, so we got some Atlas Agena action. All right, so first we got the lander, which was called. See, there's our loonies. Oh man, I'm drawing a blank. Poachers was our ranger program. So again, just to reiterate again, like I've been going on. Oh, I also made this test landing craft, which doesn't work at all, because the the when they were practicing landing them on the moon, they had them like practice this thing as a lander to try to they tried to simulate what it was like actually like flying around and hovering around on the moon and the moon's surface. So they created this thing which was like one of the most dangerous vehicles like ever invented. And I can't, I gave up trying to make it work. But I just to show you how ridiculous it is. It's basically like a jet engine. Maybe I'm just using the wrong type of parts or whatever, or using the wrong type of gyros, but it's basically a jet engine surrounded by all this stuff. And gyros, and also where's my? Maybe I never saved the. I know I made another version of this that actually had thrusters. My thrusters don't seem to be working. Anyway, you get the idea. This thing's. Yeah, where are my thrusters? Oh, no. Anyway. Maybe that's why I couldn't get it to work. Maybe I actually forgot to put thrusters on it. I don't think so. But yeah, if you look at the video of that thing, that's the one where you got Neil Armstrong riding this thing. And yeah, I must have not put thrusters on here. Or I must have forgot to save it, rather. I could put like these giant thrusters. You know what? I'm going rocket crazy. It's like, yeah, I can put more thrusters on here, man. I know I can make it work. Oh man, that's not really doing much for. So we could put something like that, and then put another one in the back, and see how much we can keep it stable. Yeah, I could. Well, no, I think I messed up. I've also been working on the X-15 space plane, and if I don't get too listless after doing these, maybe I'll just do a space plane launch. It takes forever, though. I mean, it takes forever for like it's literally strapped to a very ugly version that I made of the B-52. Actually, so this is what it looks like. I made this ugly B-52 bomber. It's the actual last one that I did. What's that? It's the final product that it worked. Yeah, because I didn't want to spend too much time making the B-50. And this actually isn't the one because I didn't put wings on that. But sort of like that. Strapping this thing on the side because I wanted it to be at least that accurate. And yeah, the space plane, because they've been launching this thing since the like 1959, like completely up into the 60s. So yeah, I've been playing around with that, and I've made one that actually works, although it has some problems. All right, so enough of the space plane. I'm not going to do the space plane now. Oh, look at that thing though. Off the bottom. It's not really a space plane. I mean, they've made it to space. They made it up to the edge of space, and then they land. I mean, they don't really. They do have thrusters on them for. They have reaction control thrusters, but. Right. So here's our Lunar Orbiter on an Atlas Agena. So I had some problem with my Atlas rocket. Yeah, I'm not doing the Orbiter. I'm doing the lander, which is Surveyor. I call it Surmiser. There we go. So this is on an Atlas rocket, but it's an Atlas Centaur. So it's still using the same Atlas technology as what launched the Mercury astronauts, the Mercury 7 guys, at least some of them. The other ones with the Mercury Redstone, that sort of thing. So these, because if you remember, the Gemini launches the ones that they're doing right now are launched on a Titan rocket, the Titan missile. So the Atlases, though, are still being used. And the upper stage is this newly designed Centaur upper stage, designed to be throttled and specifically for orbital operations. So at least now we're getting some technology, rocket technology, that isn't specifically for nuclear bombs and war. They're actually designed. So yeah, my Surveyor craft is very ugly, and yeah, I'll have to explain it later. It has this giant, this really ugly solid booster, because the real one had a solid booster. Well, I'll explain it while I'm doing this stuff. And I also had to replace the engines on my Atlas, because the engines on they wouldn't lift. Like the old engines just weren't good enough for the Centaur and for this stuff. They were good enough for the Mercury program, but I really underestimated them. Anyhow, let's get this thing on the launch pad. So yeah, so the Soviets beat us to landing on the moon and orbiting the moon. And we can see what they were doing with their man programs. Now there was a point where they had a severe disaster. I think that was close to now, because there isn't any manned launches this year from Soviets. The Netherlands disaster. Oh, that was never mind. That was 1960. I'm thinking they had a lot of them, but anyway. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. We'll do a nighttime launch, just because. All right, so Surveyor craft. So let's get this thing up. Let's hurry happen. I'm kind of worried about my staging now. No, let's do it. All right, so the Atlas, and the Atlas has the stage and a half engines, because when it was designed, they didn't really have any kind of, they didn't want to play games with throttling down, so they just dropped off two of the engines. And the upper stage is the Centaur rocket, newly designed for space stuff. Yeah, but these engines I'm using here are different than the other Atlas. And hopefully I do it right. Skipper. Are these the right ones? They better be. I know I had adjusted them because they basically were. I had to make sure that we didn't go up too fast and basically start burning up. At this point. Yeah, so again, like I was talking about the 3 lunar American programs, we have already done the Rangers. The Ranger program is done. And now we have the Surveyor program. And I've actually seen one of the cameras off of Surveyor, which is pretty cool. Surveyor 3, I think it was one of the Apollo missions, Apollo 12. I forgot to drop off the stage. Oh, man. So I get to talking. Okay, that's fine. I bet you this song is absolutely copyrighted. So I can do anything. Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to find like just obscure music that probably isn't gonna give me a copyright strike. Right. Let's see if this will get us into a circularization. 3 minutes? Are you kidding me? It has a light on it. All right, we need to rely on this Centaur to get us into translunar injection too. This is really bugging me. this thing ends up taking up so much to get into. Do we need to do parking orbit? I think they all just did parking orbit, so it would be dumb to not try to do parking orbit. Instead, just go straight from launch to the moon. Oh, that's doable. Look at this, we're getting an accelerated sunrise. So yeah, all those TV shows were out. I also read that before this, like, because Bewitched, I was gonna do something with or not Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, because that has the astronaut falling down, which when I was a kid, like seeing that on TV was the first time I knew anything about astronauts. They're like Barbara Eden and the cast went to Florida, and like met up with Buzz Aldrin. So it's funny because already at that time, Buzz Aldrin and them. Well, Buzz Aldrin was also doing the Gemini, like so the people in the Apollo missions. And I should be paying more attention to the names of these astronauts as I'm doing them. I'm trying to like and do anything semi-educational. Should like know the astronauts' names, but the problem is I'm not doing the specific missions. It's like I'm about to do Gemini 8. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's like Neil Armstrong, and I think I probably just look it up. Yeah, the Gemini 8 that I'm going to do, and just because I'm doing them by what they're doing, not by who they are. Yeah, Neil Armstrong and David Scott. And also, the Gemini 8 mission is one that actually had an emergency shutdown or emergency abort because they attached. Well, I'll get to that when we do it. All right, so we're finally in orbit with our upper stage Centaur, and this is really, this thing right here is a giant solid stage. The stock game does not give you a lot of stuff to work with. Again, there is one smaller one I could have used, because basically it looked like this spacecraft in real life was built around the main retro engine, which was a solid stage, but I don't really have that. Now, I had other engines, these side thrusters. So the way this thing is going to slow down is with this main thing when we hit the moon, and then we're going to rely on this. Now, I did successfully do this. Well, up until the point where I landed, and then I stopped it. I just verified that it works. Right, so anyway, so this would be the Americans trying to land on the moon. And again, we did do this several times. I think the next Surveyor, like we did that several times, either this year or next year. I don't know if I'm going to do a bunch of them. But Surveyor 2, after this one, I know failed. I'm wondering if the Sonics are also copyrighted. Very bad 60s DJ here. You know what? I'm just going to keep talking. Whatever. It's like the thing isn't shut down yet. All right, so, and it also makes me keep talking so that the music doesn't. All right, so let's set that moon as a target. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to set the moon as target. I'm going to do this manually because every time I do this using that maneuver node, it gives me some weird thing that makes it go into some kind of weird orbit. All right, check that out. 39 seconds. The question is that too much burn? Can I do it in less burn than that? Doesn't look like it. That's the best part. 38 seconds. Alright. We're doing that. Let's execute that maneuver. There's the moon way over there. There's the Earth way up close. Turn into the position. Let our Centaur do its thing. We got a 38-second translunar injection burn. So as we're going to let ourselves spin around, because the maneuver is over here on the other side. Now you can see what it's going to do to our orbit. And, all right, We're warping. We're over on the nighttime side. Getting over there. Warp is very slow. Why isn't it warping? Right now it's warping. If it's too low, it doesn't warp very fast at all. And the warp it works kind of odd in this. Kind of lost the. Lost the screen of this stuff. Oh, there it is. That's so loud, but that's. All right, still in our translunar burn for Surveyor 1 probe. Yeah, a second of our lunar robotic programs, along with what's going to be our next one, which is the Lunar Orbiter program. So, the Soviets beat us just by a few months. And yeah, if you've ever gone to if you ever get a chance to go to the Washington, D.C. Air and Space Museum. And what's up with that? Seems like there's a setting I'm missing where it's telling me. You know what? I can see it says 3 days. That's really lame. You know what? I don't care. I have no idea why I keep doing that, or why the maneuver nodes are showing me maneuvers that are. It must be. I wonder if it is this lead time. So yeah, I downloaded this, and I need to remember to do that next time. Because at this point, the maneuver it's showing me is actually going to happen like after many orbits, which is it's fine, but it's not necessary. Very annoying. It's kind of a immersion breaking, as it were. And it's also making me worry about if it's going to be during the daylight, because okay, you know what? I can either redo it because I've already just burned all this fuel. Let's just fast forward until we're there. Okay. Right, so once again, we're gonna ship there. See, if you have enough to land on something, you kind of have enough to orbit it in a way. Because in order to slow down enough to get down to where you're changing the fact that you're about to do a flyby of this thing to hitting it. And again, depending on how much you plan, because you can if you save the earlier you do your maneuver, usually the more fuel you save. Which makes me wonder if it would have been saved more fuel to head straight into the surface of this. Although, yeah, I didn't want to do that because. Right, let me stop talking. Let's just hit this. Execute the node. There's the Earth way far over there. And there's the moon. Yeah, so I couldn't. This is going to have this big monstrosity of a. But I'm just going to use that for the initial slowdown. This giant solid rocket thruster. Yeah, I mean the Americans had Werner von Braun, but you know he had his specific designs that he's working on. Especially if he's working on like the Saturn rocket. So the Americans, a lot of them were still dealing with what they had. All right, so we've just slowed ourselves down big time, and I'm kind of fudging it a bit because I still have that Centaur rocket attached. And again, I kind of want to land in that crater, just because it'll be fun. So I kind of want to boost that just a bit. Hold on. If I do it then 5 seconds, execute that node. So we're just slowly slowing down. At this point, our trajectory is taking us into the moon's surface. So I'm just steadily, because even we can slow ourselves down, but we're still going to be accelerating into the moon's surface. There's only so much you can slow yourself down because you're still in a pretty much a free fall through space. All I'm doing now is just kind of correcting it a bit. If I want it to be hyper realistic, I would get rid of this final stage right now. But I'm just going to do it here. I'm going to do it right over here. Right there, I'm going to add the final maneuver to do that. I'm going to see that final maneuver went from having an arc like that to suddenly it gets tiny, tiny, tiny. See where our arc is. I can't really get into a view properly. See how small this arc gets. I might want to do that when we're closer to not close to the surface. Let's do it up here a bit. Add a maneuver, super retro burn, and again, that's changing our orbit into not an orbit at all, or our arc into not an arc at all, or just a line straight up from the ground. Pretty sure we will run out of fuel doing that with this upper stage, which is fine. I am fudging it a bit because I'm still worried about being able to do it. Even though I did do it successfully. I even kind of messed up when I did it successfully because I burned this rocket for too long. Something else I'm kind of worried about. I don't want us flying back out into space. Uh-oh. Come on, maneuver. Why isn't it burning? Yeah, because, I mean, it looks like we're going sideways because, I mean, we kind of are as far as how we're relative to... But we're still falling, you know? Just a matter of angles and angular velocity. Okay, so now we are slowing down simply to the point of... Again, from the surface, relative to the surface, we're 200 meters a second, going down to 150 meters a second, going down to 100 meters a second. So at this point, we've stopped. We're just floating. So now we're in free fall down to the moon. Just to utilize this thing a little more. All right, we're good. We don't even need this other thing. So I kind of fudged it. Like at this point, pretty sure I could have done this without this Centaur stage. Let's decouple that. And the main thing had this entire... Yeah, I'm just going to decouple that because there's no use for this at this point. This guy's fall. Let's get our legs out. Oops. Yeah, we have enough fuel at this point. We can fall nice and slow. So I underestimated the powers of these little thrusters and of the rockets that I already had. But yeah, indeed, the only thing I kind of did non-historically accurate was keeping that Centaur stage. I think because I watched a simulation of this, and that had the Centaur stage all the way up until they were in close to the moon. And I know they like slamming those upper stages into the moon a lot. Yeah, I just slapped some science on here for just the heck of it. Come on. Yeah. Anyway, the Air and Space Museum in DC, because Apollo 12 landed near one of these Surveyor probes, and they walked to it, and they pulled the camera off of it, and they brought it back, and they have it in the Smithsonian. I sat there and stared at it because it has like lunar dust all over it. All right, there we go, right next to a rock. So there we go, Surveyor probe. Probably be safe to turn off these rockets. Transmit data. Well, it's going to work because I have turned off the... See, that's the thing with the... It's not going to matter once I get some satellites in orbit to be like a relay. I mean, the game itself doesn't have any difference between Soviets and US Kerbals. So if I have a Soviet satellite in orbit, I can... I like having at least an element of realism, of challenge. It's like, oh, if I forgot to put an antenna on there, you're not going to... But at this point, I mean, because the moon's not tidally locked, I have to forego that particular element of realism. So yeah, the Surveyor landed. It returned like thousands and thousands of pictures from the lunar surface, and I'm pretty sure they broadcasted that live on TV when the thing landed, or at least when it launched. So yeah, that's when Americans first did it, 1966. So yeah. And if assuming I don't remember if there's not a lot happening in like 1967, 60, like, because I know they launched more of these things, so I don't know if I'm going to launch any more of these. I mean, I might later on just for fun, like not on camera, or maybe just do one on its own video, maybe. If I don't, this might actually be one of the ones that hey, what did that say? I should have read it because usually they're funny. Seismic scan from the moon's east far side crater. The sensor picks up distant impacts on the surface reflecting along the interior of the moon. It just is what it is. It detects impacts. It's supposed to be like a seismometer. It's just going to run analysis of the far side crater. Because when you're back at your space center in the game, you can like look and you kind of it keeps track of where you do different types of sciences. Pretty sure it does that in the vanilla game. Because again, I'm only used to the game that the one that I used the version that I used to play. The same game, which I had a lot of mods. There we go. All right, let's get back to the space center, and now we're going to do the American Lunar Orbiter mission. Maybe before I do that, I still have a Gemini probe, a Gemini capsule. I still have 2 Kerbals in orbit right now. I'm going to want to get them down before I launch another one. I'm not sure if there's a milestone of having more than a certain amount of Kerbals in space, but... Oh, no, I've already had 4 at once. So it wouldn't really matter too much. Anyway. Let's warp to the morning. Just because it's be nice. And entered over the moon, gathered scientific data from the moon. Great. All right, so now the Americans can catch up. What else? The Chevy Camaro came out this year for the first time. I think that was supposed to be GM's competition with the Mustang that had come out in previous years. This is the year that Miranda rights became a thing. I think the guy's name was Ernesto. I didn't write it down, but I believe it was Ernesto Miranda. Roll on a court case where the police didn't read him his rights this year. So before this year, that wasn't a thing. This is also the year a guy named Speck, was it Walter Speck? Something Speck, murdered a bunch of nurses. I learned about that listening to Simon and Garfunkel because their Silent Night song has that in the background. All right, so let's get to my Looney Orbiter 1. There we go. Americans launched several. That's also on a. Now this is launched on a Gina. The one I just launched was an Atlas Centaur. This is an Atlas Agena. Although again, these engines are different than the engines I have on that other one. Like I had to change them. But whatever. I'll just say it just it's an upgraded version. It's a drastic change though. 66. Also the year Charles Whitman climbed up on top of a tower and started sniping people. Kind of like one of the first big time mass shootings in modern times. Was then. All right, I don't think I need to do anything crazy. Yeah, this orbiter is considerably less complicated than I believe than the one. Well, you know what? That's not really fair because again, the Russians are recycling their buses. Americans, well, they're doing what they're doing, but this thing is isn't quite as it's not as it's just it's a little guy. All that the real one was this thing with solar panels on it, with had cameras popping out of it and some antennas on it. And yep, so we've got Atlas Agena. All right, let's get this thing out there. The Black Panthers started this year. Let's see. The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, came out this year. The World Trade Center was they started breaking ground on it in New York. All right, let's turn on that stability assist. Let's check the staging a bit. When I just did, I forgot to release our little skirt thing. All right, let's go. Yeah, see how slow that is? Because these engines are really bad. And I always try to make these, especially the real early ones, like weak. If you wanted to, you could just slap whatever you wanted to on there and make these giant ones, but I'm trying to be limited. The main game itself encourages building big giant ships and traveling to all the planets. Although the career mode, because I'm in career mode, it gives you the limitations of having to unlock stuff. But if I get to a point where I'm like, oh, that part looks identical to what I need, I'm just going to cheat and unlock it. You just hit the thing and tell it to give you enough science to be able to have access to the part. That's all it is. All right, our little our Atlas going up through the cloud lines there. As you can see, let's change over to our, oops. There we go. That green is where we're going, where we've been. You can see we're getting really, we're speeding up a lot. 500 meters a second. Over a bit, even though I remember on this craft I didn't want to really do that too much, but I think I'm all right. I remember the main problem I had with this Atlas rocket was when it was just by itself. I could only use this thing to get in orbit when I had the Mercury capsule on top of it, the manned Mercury. But this has an entire other rocket stage on top of it. There's our little skirt. We should be able to tip over about now. Yeah, our apoapsis is already 130. Totally tipped over. Our Periapts is still negative 500. Periapts usually get to at least 70. We're at negative 560. But we still have a whole other stage. Yeah, the negative means it's going in the Earth. It's the other end of this AP. It's the other end of this, all the way down here. It's somewhere in the Earth. If we were to go through the Earth, but no, we will crash into the Earth and explode. Oh, what was that? I think I was connected to the wrong. Oops, I should have deployed that already. You always deploy the fairings early as soon as they can, just to make less weight. Like in real life, like all those things are kept into account. This is putting us into a highly elliptical orbit. I really need to adjust this. So we're already up into about 400, almost 500 miles into the atmosphere. So let's just circularize at that apoapse and leave it at that. Create and execute. I don't want to worry about slowing us down anymore. So we're going to be in a really high orbit with this. With this Agena. Now, when I did test this one too, and I was actually able to get into orbit without the Agena, only using the satellite itself, which I felt very proud of. Even though I'm not even sure, they might have kept the Agena on it. I don't think they did though. In other words, I'm going to break off the Agena as soon as I do the translunar injection, and then the retro burn to put me in orbit around the moon. I'm going to do only with this spacecraft and the little rocket, a little engine that it has. And I did decide to do it more realistically. As you can see, the rocket motor is on the probe itself is facing the opposite end of the rest of the entire array, like real life. So I need to remember to reverse this once this is the only thing. I need to once I separate this from the main rocket. I need to tell this probe there's a setting on here to reverse angle. Otherwise, it's going to go backwards when I try to do a maneuver. All right, so there's our high orbit. Again, this weird problem with things sending me into these weird maneuvers, so... Let's... There. That's 2 days away. That's 4 hours, 1 day. That's very... So... Very bizarre. I'm still not figuring out why it's doing that. Because once I get to the point where it's manned, I don't want like a manned mission. Because if I want it to be kind of realistic, I don't want them to be having to wait. I thought it was because I was doing home and transfer. Because home and transfer is like waiting until the precise moment, and then you can take your. But we shouldn't need to do that. So here's our planning of our orbit. It's going to be over there. I'm going to do that. I just did that manually. That's our translator injection. 11 seconds. That's nothing at all. All right, let's create and execute that. There's the moon all the way over there. Yeah, we're in a pretty high orbit. We're warping. Again, we're doing the American Lunar Probe, or Lunar Orbiter. Let's see what else this year. Walt Disney died. It looks like they opened Walt Disney World this year too. Batman. It's a Small World After All became a song there. Like I think kind of goes along with Disney. All right. Man, there's gonna be so many copyright hits on this. I can't help it. It's the '60s. There's all this crazy music. I can't not have it on there. As long as it's not the Beatles. The Beatles is the most aggressive. The Beatles is like, nope, that video, your video cannot be watched if you have the Beatles on there. Most of the other stuff is just a warning. It's like you can't get paid. I'm like, all right, well, I think I'll be okay. All right, so we are now 3 hours. See, this is calculating this. All right, I'm gonna have to look this up because I can see what it's still taking me there, and now it's hitting this, but it's pretending the moon is there at the time. It's not going to be there until 1 day later. Let's just fast forward it. Before I do that, like I said, I'm gonna try to be realistic. Let's just save it anyway. And, separate that rocket. Oops, control decouple. There we go. Goodbye, carrier rocket. Extend these solar panels, which are going to go all over the place. I couldn't make them look like the real ones. I mean, kind of. I mean, they're in a ring around it. Alrighty, now we're heading to the moon. Let's get this thing going. Extend that guy. Extend this guy for an antenna. We got to get our signals. There we go. Here's our lunar orbiter. On our way. Let's fast forward. And you can see because we broke that thing off. See how I just sped it up by a lot. See how just that little boost of the separator from that rocket. See how far away it's moving. That little bit of change. Like the smallest change in one area, like down the line, creates a big change. All right, that's way slow. Let me go back to the map here. You can see where that's doing. All right, good. It's not like days. You see the moon actually coming into. All right, there it is. We're going to be entering into its influence. Yeah, so I still need to make a maneuver now to slow down so I can orbit it, because right now I'm either going to be crashing into it or I'm going to be flying right by it. And it's still way slow. We're going to warp, and I'm going to want to do a maneuver at some point when I get close enough. Let's just warp right there. Yep. Here we go. All right. So I'm coming in from an upward angle. I'm guessing this. I know. Well, actually, no. I'm not guessing. I did see it. This went into a type of polar orbit as well. So I'm going to boost that upward instead of outward. Because all of these are the angular planes that you can thrust in the direction you can thrust. That's what those maneuver planners are. So instead of going backwards or forward, the green word is upward. I mean, it depends on it's relative, but right in this sense, so you can see this is going to start thrusting me upward. 0.8 second burn, upward a little bit more. 1 second burn, 2 seconds. So now I'm actually not hitting the moon anymore. I'm going around. Oh, I'm still hitting it. If I do upward, see how my orbit is changing to that. 3 second burn. So we'll do that. 4 seconds, it's going to do that. And now I'm no longer hitting it. Now I'm going around it. That right there is signifying when I leave the influence, and I'll still be going around the whole Earth. So if this, I'm going to have another maneuver after this. All right, but all right, so good. I remembered. So I'm going to activate this engine, but I need to reverse angle this probe here. Control point reversed. Right, so now when I tell this to execute, it should spin around. Good. Alrighty. No, I'm going to turn off infinite electricity again. Just no, it doesn't matter because this thing will be fine because of its solar panels. Alright, we're going to be warping soon. So we're going to do a little lunar burn here, which is going to upward change. Yeah, because we're not going to see change here. We're just going to see this thing burning. And there's that one little burn. Because of that little burn, oh yeah, I do have RCS thrusters too. Yeah, because of that little burn now, I'm no longer hitting the moon. I'm now arcing around it. So now, the orbit. So when I get the periaps, and I don't care about them, and I'm not going to check what the real orbit was. It was probably something crazy. Add a maneuver. So now, literally, so now that I'm already in that upward, I am going to do a direct reversal. And you can see it shrinking my arc, bending it over until it's turning into a circle. And now it's in orbit. And now I'm orbiting the moon. Let's keep burning until it's only 7 seconds of a burn. Let's do it. Execute now. All right, I'm going to Lunar Orbiter. So yeah, the first American satellite to orbit the moon. There's one there now called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. I mean, you know, well, there's one there called the Artemis now. They're using it. It's like the main program happening. But there's been one there for the last like couple decades called the Reconnaissance Orbiter, which it's flying so low and at such an angle that the pictures it takes are just it's like flying an airplane over the Alps. Alrighty. There's our orbit. A nice polar orbit, too. Bam. Okay, this thing had a good enough camera on it. And the real one claimed to. Kind of tempted to put the video on of this thing, because there's a video from the time of when this thing was launched of them, like, bragging about, like, oh, the Lunar Orbiter. And supposedly they took pictures of the site where the Surveyor landed and where the Ranger probes crashed and that sort of thing. Which, I mean, it's the camera's good enough and you're close enough, you know, to where the light, because when light's traveling outward, light attenuates just like anything else. Like it's gonna the resolution is going to spread out. It's just the way things are. So when they say like, "Oh, howdy doody, TV signal is going to hit alien planets," you know, millions of light years away, it's not happening. By the time the signal leaves, like the outer part of the solar system, or the outer part of the outer part, it's nothing. Like it's not going to be anything intelligible. From what I understand, anyway. All right, so that's it. We've got a moon orbiter. So let's do a little bit of spinning around in there. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, I missed my mods because there was a mod that had where you could literally scan the surface, and then if you hit one of these things over here, it gave you a readout of the surface, and then if there were anomalies on the surface. I think the mod even added anomalies, like little random things that just kind of like Easter eggs, and then you could like try to land something there to scan it. Looks like there isn't anything like that in the vanilla game. There's a part 2 about to come out too. So yeah, like I said, everything I'm doing is like years late, like making YouTube videos of this, but I don't care. It's still fun. All right, I'm going to do the Gemini 8 because again, there was a number of Gemini missions done after 8. 8 was actually happened in March of this year. There was a Gemini 9, 10 that happened, and this year marked the end of the Gemini program. But for the sake of time, I'm only doing milestones. So this year, the Gemini milestone was the rendezvousing and docking with an upper stage Agena rocket. Now, however, I still have. I'm going to go to tracking station. I still have a Gemini spacecraft in orbit, so we're going to just take that down from orbit to commemorate the other ones. Actually, should I do that last? Because Gemini 8 technically already happened. So the one, No, let's get these guys down. There's their splash down. Let me cover that. Do. 74. So let's fly on that. Okay. Yeah, these guys should be fine. And it's because technically, when my game, and as far as my game goes, these are the guys that just rendezvoused with the other Gemini. But I kind of left it up here because I was like, well, these final missions were for like stress tests to see how long they could stay up there, that sort of thing. But I don't want to send subsequent astronauts. Whoops, what am I doing? Get back up there. Whoa. I'm going to heat up my coffee, but actually, yeah, hold up. Put something else on. Oh, I keep losing the screen. The Outer Limits. It's a cool name for a band. Yeah, there's that Lunar Orbiter I just kind of launched to the moon. Put this thing on top. Close that. Ah, it's so disorganized. Let's do it this way. Wow. Somebody certainly has a... All right. Sorry about that. Now some word from our sponsors.
Detergents. It's Bravo, new from Johnson Wax.
Here's proof. We'll wash this Bravo Shine with a strong detergent. And look, Bravo Floor Wax still comes up shining. With Bravo, there's no need to re-wax each time you wash. Yet, tough as it is, Bravo's easy to remove. It's specially made to come off with ammonia. So get the shine that's tough enough to wash. Get Bravo.
Bravo, for a shine so brilliantly tough, you can wash it with detergents. Bravo, patent pending by Johnson Wax.
Used to be. Hands off the furniture, Sally. Till Mother let Pledge do the dusting. It used to be. No, Billy. Till Mother let Pledge do the dusting.
I was a pest about the furniture until I let Pledge do the dusting. That's 'cause Pledge doesn't just dust. It cleans and shines, too. Wipes up stains, smudges, and dust.
Let Pledge do the dusting for you and get waxed beauty instantly as you dust, every time you dust. Come on, open refreshing new Reef mouthwash and join the celebration, because one rinse with new Reef and it's hello to clean breath. Unique new Reef looks different, tastes different, and is different than any other mouthwash. Reef strips away overnight breath and neutralizes breath odors. So here's to breath that's really clean. Morning mouth, a thing of the past. Breath odors, gone. That filmy feeling, wiped out. And cool green Reef tastes great. Not sweet, not medicinal. New Reef tastes tingly, minty, great. One rinse leaves your breath clean, really clean, Reef clean. So start your day refreshed. One rinse with refreshing new Reef mouthwash, and it's hello to clean breath. And we mean clean.
Boy, does that look good. But, honey, what'll these calories do to my waistline?
Relax. It's Diet Delight. Has the same flavor as ordinary canned fruit, but only half the calories.
That's the beauty of new Diet Delight canned fruit. It gives you a full helping of flavor, but only half the calories of ordinary canned fruit. Enjoy tempting Diet Delight peaches, luscious Diet Delight pears, Diet Delight apricots.
Dear Great Pumpkin, I'm looking forward to your arrival on Halloween night. I hope you will bring me lots of presents.
They're back. All the Little Peanuts characters in a happy Halloween special that's filled with delightful, heartwarming adventures from their wonderful cartoon world. In color.
Bold and brave, strong and true, streak of lightning from the blue.
Okay, welcome back. Kerbal Space Program. In color. In color. I'm going to put some tunes back on. Let me put these guys down. Oh, look at that mess. Again, this is a previous Gemini mission of our double-man American spacecraft here. For one of our stress tests. And actually, no, these are the guys that, well, they've been up there for a while. They need to come down over an ocean. All right, so when we're, all right, let me stop yakking. Let's do it. Boom. I don't want them to hit land. 16 minutes, 27 minutes. That's going to hit there. Of all the places. Do. Let's see. Just make sure there's less of a chance I'm going to hit. I'm not going to not hit ocean. I don't want to hit that one piece of land there. Can I track it downward a little bit? Yep. All right, that's going to be my trajectory. So these things had retro rockets on them that were also solid. Now, last time I did it, I actually did them wrong. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do them accurately because I read that the retro rockets on these things went one at a time on their solid rockets, on their solid thrusters. But no matter. So I'm going to have to manually... Oh dear. Have to manually go to where our burn is. Because again, I don't have any engines on this anymore. So essentially we're stuck in space except for our thrusters. The maneuver planner isn't going to recognize those side thrusters anyway. So now I can still set the maneuver like I've just done. And we can warp to the maneuver. Let's do it. I guess I'm going to put some, well, let me slow them down a bit first. All right, we're over a desert. Oh yeah, and now I have to do it manually, like I was saying. I don't remember what that is, but yeah, so those are solid, and those are going to burn quick. Oh yeah, that wasn't enough to do anything. Yeah. All right, so I need to use my other thrusters. So that's something I would have to improve on that spacecraft if the Gemini program wasn't pretty much over. Yeah, these other thrusters are fine. This thing is hypergolic for everything. There we go. You can see it just dropped us out of orbit. Yeah, I mean, I guess those solid boosters are that's what they're for, just to initially get yourself down there. All right, so now the this entire engine stage has got to be separated. And yeah, and you can see these things too in museums, the ones that have come down. All right, so we still got. We can put some garage rock back on.
Improve all the things I've lost and given to you. Think of all the things I've done just to be true.
I want to turn this network back on too, because it's fun to see the comm thing up there. No, so technically, this thing is now falling. Yeah, since this was just kind of a side thing, I have an entire other rocket I want to launch. Two, actually. Let me hurry up. I'm not sure why. There's our maneuver. Oh, am I completely out of fuel now? I think I am. All right, we're not doing any more thrusting unless I cheat. Let's just keep where we're at. All right, so we're 170. This was a pretty high orbit this guy was in. We still have this kind of fuel. This thing has, yeah, these Gemini capsules had basically the front. Here's the front of it. That's where they were looking out of. There's some pictures of them waving out when they rendezvoused. The pictures out the side. Let's fast forward. There we land. All right.
After all the years have gone and passed away, I shall return to you on that very day.
Oh yeah, these things don't have a heat shield. I discovered that they survive without it. Alright, I'm warping. They're dropping. What else? Not much else for 1966. The Grinch, when The Grinch Stole Christmas came out that year. I think I also forgot to mention Rudolph. Came out like a year before this. Which I was kind of like, hey, I grew up with that. Alright, so there we go. Once again, flying through the atmosphere, squeezing out the particles from the air. Alright, let's fast forward this. Make sure these are deployed manually. Alright, they're deployed now. They should go out when... Oh no, we're gonna hit land. Dude, you're serious. I slowed down that fast? Of all the places to hit, look at that. Just that one little... I knew it. I knew I was gonna do it. Oh, that's terrible. I'm so upset. So upset by that. That one little strip of land. Well, it's not very little if you look... See the scale. The scales are so hard to imagine. But that entire ocean, this ocean, and this ocean over here, and look, I land right on this strip of land. I know. That's so unrealistic. This is a shame. This is a travesty of history. I apologize to each and every person that it happens to have their consciousness seared by witnessing this unconscionable turn of events. Sorry. Let's just get these guys on the land. Mike Kerman and Ed Kerman. You ain't getting a parade. No parade for you. No ticker tates. Matter of fact, we're sending you to... Alright, let's recover that vessel. In the 60s, is that when everything... It's say it's when everything got everything got like really corny, but everything was always corny, man. Just a matter of perspective, I guess. Oh, I lost the screen again. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, so now let's get to the actual final mission, the Gemini 8 mission, which happened in March. It begins with the launching of a Agena rocket, an Atlas Agena, into orbit. I'm not going to look up all the specific little orbital parameters to this thing. I'm just going to do this thing. And first, I need to put a docking ring on an Agena. So let's see. We got an Atlas Agena right here. You know what? I always forget I need to save that because I don't like the fact that that's facing that direction. Let's adjust that. Saving our little fatless agenda. All right, and the top of that has one of the old lunar probes. That's one of the old Ranger probes, but we're not launching that. So let's get rid of that Ranger probe. What we are launching is, well, actually, this thing needs self-guidance. So hold on, let me not get too cocky here. I do need to add A probe. Let's forget which one. Just add them both, whatever. How much do these things weigh? I can't remember which one does it. So this provides advanced guidance assistance technologies. Comes fitted with internal reaction wheel with decent size, despite the concern of autonomous. 650. All right, so it seems like that's the more advanced one. Because one of them's octo, one of them's hex. So you would think that the octo one is. Anyway. All right, so we got a probe, so they can control itself. You know what? I'm still going to put a set of reaction wheels on this thing. I don't remember if I have reaction wheels anywhere in this, but it's going to have an extra set right now. Let's do that. A reaction wheel. I also need to put a radio control. This thing is pretty much radio control. That ain't gonna work. And oh, I remember this thing had a thing on the side of it. That's how am I gonna do that? I guess it was just like that. Two of them. Yeah, I remember watching the video for this thing when they rendezvoused. I might put it on because it's so cool. Because like if you're in a spacecraft going through space, like and you're launched up, and all of a sudden you're just in, and then you look out your window and you see something else, like just you can take that for granted just thinking about it, but just to look out your window and see something else there, and you can hear it in their voices. They're just like, whoa, that's just like how their minds are blown. I actually want to turn this around. Nope, ain't gonna work. Alright, that's fine. We'll keep it like that. I think that's okay. What do I need? A docking clamp. I need a docking clamp. There's a docking clamp. What size? That's really big. That might be too big. So yeah, now that makes me kind of want to look up if they use the identical docking clamp that they use in the Apollo. The balls, and what size was it? Docking. Actually, you know what? I don't need to do that. I just need to make sure that this fits on my already existing Gemini spacecraft. So hold on. So I've saved this. So let's put you in the test vehicle. Call that. I'm gonna save that real quick, and I'm gonna go to my because I need to do this anyway. Because this will be my Gemini craft. Where is it? Gemini? Gemini? Where's the Gemini? J. Right. It's gonna be 8. Yeah, because these don't have a lot of room on the front to be docking, so I don't think that one I was just using is gonna fit. Oh, yeah, look at that. Totally not at all. So a little one. Gotta be a little guy. I'll do that once I. Oops. I'll do that once I launch. All right, let's get back to that test vehicle. Fatless Agenda test vehicle right there. All right, let's grab that little docking port Junior then. And let's put that right on the end. Okay. Plop. And that's what our Gemini is going to be docking with. And I'll put an extra antenna. I'll just tuck that in there. Yeah, I ain't gonna get all crazy with it. Although, did I forget to add a friggin' reaction wheel? Yeah, I need to put a reaction wheel. Do it. That's too big. Little one's gonna be fine. Or will it be? Is this thing actually too big or not? I think it is. You know what? That's fine. It's gonna lopsided. I know the button that you push that sort of locks it in place. You don't want to work with that. All right, I'm just gonna plop it there. If it's lopsided, well, the Kerbals are just gonna have to deal with it. And let me tuck that down there a little bit more. All right, so there's that test vehicle. Let me see what this thing really looked like. Now I'm getting kind of. That was a Gina test vehicle, target vehicle. It had solar panels around it. There's the ending. There's a thing going upwards. Or is this the Docker? Which side is the Docker? That side, I think. I'm not gonna look at that too much because I'm gonna be like, oh, it doesn't look good enough. Whatever. Well, I'm gonna put some solar panels around this guy. I still thought this guy had two things like that. Hold up. I want to look at another one. See, now I'm getting all like, oh, the test vehicle. I don't see any other weird antennas, just that one. And did it have thrusters? That was probably just the end of the rocket. Yeah, that was just the rocket nozzle. All right, let me not get all wild. All right, so there's that. That should be fine. All right, let's get this thing into orbit. We got our staging. We got the bottom part. We got that. It's going to separate. That's going to hit. And then we got that. Launch. Oh man, sorry. Jack O'Neill. Oh yeah. Well, sometimes you just got to change the cosmological constant of the universe. Just, some people rearrange their furniture. Oh, sorry, man. All right, we are back at it. The American launch pads. Now, I do recall when, if I'm not mistaken, aside from when a human being actually went out into lunar orbit to either go around it or land on it, the longest time a man, or the farthest a man went from the Earth while still in orbit was on one of these Agena Gemini missions, because once they linked up with one of the Agena rockets, the Agena rocket has its own fuel. So they could use the fuel of that to boost them to another orbit. And one of the astronauts, I think it was Alan. No, it wasn't Alan Bean. It was one of the guys from Gemini, or from Apollo 12 later on. They linked up with the Agena, and then they used it to boost their orbit super high. Now, when Neil Armstrong is up on his mission, which is Gemini 8, that's where they have like the emergency, where this is loud. Texas, like, I don't think it is low. It's as low as it possibly can be. Let's drop that guy off. Messed up the side things. For the Atlas. And yeah, and keep in mind this, once again, this thing started as a nuclear missile. So that's why this thing is designed to go and do what it does and go as far as it does. I mean, the entire system, you know. I mean, I would probably argue that the entire space program is a side project. Once the warmongers, got their way, making sure that that stabilizer. All right, we're gonna be separated now. Because I mean, even this with the regular Atlas would take you to the other side of the planet. Now I'm almost in orbit as it is. Just this booster alone. Oh no, the wrong one. All right, let me shift back over. And activate that engine. Goodbye, Atlas. As a matter of fact, we're at 145. Let's just use this to start to rise, nice and clean, and we can deploy that now. Alrighty. Whoa. And let's take a look at what our orbit's going to look like. Oh, there we're hitting it. So the green's where we are. Boom, we are in orbit. We are in a pretty decent 145 by 145. Got that Agena in orbit. All right, so now the goal is that the Gemini rocket, manned Gemini, come up and rendezvous, find this thing in space, and then dock with it. Alrighty. So let's go back to our space center. And man, the just docking with the other one was fun. Like doing these like this, it makes me kind of like not want to do them, like just like play the game. Like this is me playing the game, like I'm just recording it, but like when I was working on the X15. I might still do the X15. I don't know. It's like Friday night. I don't know why not. My live stream hours just started over. I didn't realize it. All right, so let's go back to the vehicle assembly building. I need to make a Neil, because he's going to be the one that lands on the moon. A Neil Kerman. There is a way to go in and edit, and I used to do that, like you can go into like the code of the game and change Kerbal names to not like specifically whatever Kerman, because otherwise it's built into where it's just you can only change their first name. I was changing all their names, like Neil Kermstrong and Buzz Kerdrin and all this kind of stuff. What do we want? No, we want the Gemini, not just the Titus 2. The Titan 2. block. I'm looking for the Gemini mission. Alrighty, there we go. I'm wondering, so the one I put lights on front of it. Oh, I need to put a docking ring on this anyway. That's right, I never did that. Alright, there shouldn't be anything else that needs to be. Or is there? Or is there? Nope, I don't think so. There's no time now. Yeah, if that was the way NASA operated, well, no time now to make sure we got everything straight. We got to launch. Although, some people, there's some evidence that say that kind of is how they operate it sometimes. Because I do remember making changes, so I can only presume that the changes that needed to be made were also made on this one that I saved. This is the only one that seems to exist like this. There might be another one, but I don't feel like looking for it. As long as the engines, I remember originally I had to rebuild the engines, so I'm going to assume this is a proper Gemini spacecraft with a proper Titan Gemini launch vehicle. And that everything is where it should be. You know what? Let me make sure we have... Oh, I'm going to put some more rocket fuel in that. There we go. This one... I guess there's no limit. I mean, most of these songs, again, as long as it's not the Beatles, they don't kick the thing off. The stream still seems to be up. All right, so we're going to change this name to 8. We got our docking node on it. Kind of wondering where the radio is on it. I want to put the radio thingy on here. I'm sure I have one, but just in case. Or I mean an antenna. Might as well just bend it inward, whatever. And then we'll push that thing down. There we go. Yeah, so the worst that'll happen is the whole section of this will get muted. Everything that I'm saying during the song will not be being heard. Yeah, let's see. What do the chessmen do? See, most of these are all... Yeah, I can see which ones have actual copyright thing on there. But I really want to make a lot of effort. I would just find like a list of just some. I've tried to find like a list of some of the more obscure stuff, but it would just be annoying to have blank spots. But even now, like just about everything is is claimed, of course. Okay. All right, let's get this on the launch pad. I'm trying to feel like if I have to use any facilities before we do this. No, I don't think so. Yeah, because obviously there, that we had the Apollo. The Apollo stuff was also being built during this time. Oh crap! We don't want Valentina and Jerry. Jerry, get off the launch pad. Jerry Kerman. Recover the vessel. Jeez, Jerry, messing everything up. That's right, I wanted to make a kneel. Sleep mode. No, that sucks. Yeah, back. Yeah, let's make sure our astronauts are a little. I want Neil, and I think we need a Scott. But again, it doesn't matter too much because I'm not doing all of the Gemini missions. But it will be good if I actually. I intended to kind of do that, but once I got into the zone, I didn't want to stop and like look up the names of the list. Same thing with the Mercury 7. Once I decided I wasn't going to just do all the Mercury 7 flights, just be kind of redundant. Although I kind of wanted to do individual like non-live stream videos of each, like a Mercury video and a. But okay, yeah. Let me get to. Just looking up the one name. I know Neil Armstrong and Dave Scott. That's what it was. So let me just create 2 new colonels. Even though they're veterans, they're both going to be veterans. Actually, no. Neil's not going to be a veteran. He's going to be a badass. Pilot. All these guys are pilots, you know. I mean, these guys weren't like scientists. Like they were just straight up like hardcore pilots. Right, so there's Neil. And we're going to create David. Pilot. Although, you know, I kind of thought about it, and I kind of want to put Gus on the moon because Gus Grissom died in Apollo. So I believe it's the year after this, 67 Apollo 1 fire, where the astronauts so it's the first time some astronauts die. In a test, they die on the launch pad, and they shut a lot of stuff. I mean, they didn't shut anything down, but it slowed a lot of stuff up. As far as I mean, because you know a lot of the stuff is built on like politicians and the public, and everything's got to have the thing, and there's just kind of like they had to really they had to like regroup. They decided they were moving too fast. You know, just kind of reevaluated the way that they were doing things. There's Neil, there's David. Let's launch. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to look up the orbital parameters, probably. So I know I just put that Agena in like 130, 140 kilometer or mile, whatever. Kerbometer. 140 mile orbit. So I guess it'll be because I can either put myself in a lower orbit. So the idea now is to, when you're rendezvousing with another spacecraft in orbit, the idea is to, so you got to think of their orbit as like a ring or a circuit. So when you are going to be putting yourself in your own circuit, and each circuit, depending on how high it is, or the altitude of it, you know, if your orbit is 100 miles by 100 miles, you know, up and down, or 300 by 300, they're each going to be different speeds. The lower the orbit, the more speed you're going to be spinning around an object. And the higher your orbit, it's going to be a lot slower. However, there's still going to be a lot more energy involved. It's interesting the way it works. So the question right here is, should I get myself in a lower orbit or a higher orbit at the end of the Agena? Because one of us are going to have to change our... So the idea, once we're in the different rings, you know, we're moving at different speeds. So then one can catch up with the other one. And then you just make your little orbital adjustment. And then you go up there and rendezvous. And then you match up with your speed. And you're at the same speed. And you're right alongside of it. So... Actually, I'm going to have to use the facilities really quickly before we launch these guys into orbit. But the Agena will be up there. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Well, I'm at the, man, sorry. There we go.
Captain Action. So super powerful you can change him into 9 of the mightiest superheroes of all time. Change Captain Action's uniform and face mask and he's Batman. Fighting crime with his batarang. He's the mysterious Phantom. He's the Lone Ranger. He's Flash Gordon and he's Superman flying to the rescue. Get Captain Action complete with uniform, sword, and ray gun. Then get his 9 other great superhero outfits. They each come with action-ready uniform, face mask, and realistic equipment.
Fighting evil, fast greed, thundering power, lightning speed, Captain Action.
He's ideal.
When Captain America throws his mighty shield, all those who chose to oppose his shield must yield. If he's led to a fight and a duel is due, then the red and the white and the blue come through. When Captain America throws his mighty shield.
ABC is just delighted that you're going to be our hostess for the Tournament of Roses parade.
Thank you.
Have you thought about whom you'd like as co-host?
Very definitely. I think Vin Scully would be marvelous.
Oh, I'm afraid he's not available. He's down in Florida playing golf.
Oh, really?
War! Liz, what's happening?
Are you free Monday, January 2nd?
Liz, that was the best drive I've had all day. Now I'll never know how far I hit it.
How'd you like to join me as the co-host for the Tournament of Roses parade?
Well, I'd be delighted. But first, please put me back on the 17th tee.
17th tee coming up.
Hey, that was really bewitching.
He's going to be awfully mad, though.
How come?
His ball landed in a sand trap.
Cuckoo.
We have completed our plan.
Bye now.
It's magic.
Clark's Tea-Berry Gum presents the Tea-Berry Shuffle. Have a little fun. Try Clark's Tea-Berry Gum.
And whole, and now proceeding down to the final moments leading up to an ignition of the Gemini launch vehicle at 40 minutes and 59 seconds past the hour. The Mod 3 radio command guidance system now has fed the final flight parameters into the launch vehicle and spacecraft. We will be launched on an azimuth of 99.9 degrees. Now 2 minutes and 30 seconds and counting. During this phase of the countdown and over the final 5 minutes, just about all sequences monitored in the blockhouse are worked automatically as far as the launch vehicle is concerned. We're on an automatic sequence, and we're checking the various events as they click off during these final phases. Now, T-minus 2 minutes and 8 seconds and counting. This is Gemini Launch Control.
In these final 2 minutes, of course, NASA will be breaking in and out, and we will be keeping our sentences very short here so that you won't be interrupted, or we won't be interrupting NASA with these important final few minutes. And now, of course, the tension is building. Now this is the moment of truth.
This is Gemini Launch Control. Now T-minus 1 minute, 47 seconds and counting. We do have a clearance for a launch. The Stage 1 fuel pre-valves have been opened. This permits the fuel to feed down just above the thrust chamber of the launch vehicle. Now coming up on T-minus 90 seconds. Mark, T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems looking good during this final phase of the count. We will get ignition of the Gemini launch vehicle at 0 in this final phase of the countdown. 0 ignition. The 2 engines will build up some 430,000 pounds of thrust just prior to liftoff. Once the vehicle builds up 77% of this thrust, we get a go for a liftoff. This will occur some 4 seconds after ignition. Now T-minus 1 minute and counting as we go through our final checks.
There you have it. We're under a minute now. Everyone here.
T-minus 50 seconds and counting. If all goes well, the Gemini 8 will be inserted into orbit some 1,050 nautical miles behind the Agena. T-minus 40 seconds and counting. T-minus 40.
Storybook. Perfect so far.
In the blockhouse, the crew is reporting as they monitor the various activities over the final phase. Now T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
Excitement building, the tension building as these seconds tick away. Everyone on edge. The astronauts.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting.
Coming up on it now. In a moment, you'll hear the countdown
15.
Again. 5 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have ignition.
And we have a liftoff. Dirty orange flame against the sky. There she goes. The 500,000 pounds of jet thrust. There she goes. High, high, ever higher. On the ground and in the spacecraft. Up she goes. It looks beautiful. 45 Absolutely seconds into the flight. Silver streak against the blue cloudless floor. Flight dynamics says he looks good. Heading toward orbit high over the Atlantic. 50-second mark. Now to Gemini Control. Let's get a status report. Gemini Control. What's it look like? You've heard the rocket roar. And Dave Scott gives us his first report. The cabin pressure at 5.7. Everything perfect. Everything looks good. The distance now from the Cape about 4 miles. Altitude 24 miles. Minute and a half, we'll get the first booster engine cut off. All continues to go well, and it looks beautiful here. What a liftoff that was. What a 1 minute, 30 seconds into the flight. The flight director's just been advised thrust looks good. That's another good bit of news all the way around. This has been a perfect mark. 1 minute plus 40 seconds. And the crew is advised they look good. We get that booster engine cut off in less than a minute now. Less than a minute. That'll be that digital command system.
Oh, we already did ours.
Update has been received in the spacecraft. And Scott has depressed a little button on the right side, which indicates to the ground that it was received. This is Paul Haney talking to you from Houston Space Center. Flight Dynamics says we're go for staging. We're 2 minutes, 10 seconds into the flight. All right, 26 seconds now. We should get booster engine cut off. The ground gives Gemini 8 a go for staging. That's a good word. Everything perfect so far. This is the second half of this doubleheader today. Gemini 8 astronauts on their way to history, on their way to their docking. 2 minutes, 32 seconds into the flight. Spacecraft now about 52 miles downrange. And Armstrong says we have staging, and second stage has ignited. There you have it. First important hurdle has been passed. Armstrong said they noted the staging and saw a little fireball behind them. That's when they drop off part of it behind them, and they can look around and see it. Guidance looks good. We're now 50 miles altitude. What's been amazing is the communication so perfect between the Gemini. We're about 100 miles downrange. As you just heard, Paul Haney has been getting beautiful. The surgeon reports he's well satisfied with the values he's reading on both crewmen. Flight Dynamics says we're right down the middle. All the data agrees.
All the data agrees.
An exact overlay of the planned values.
The exact overlay of the planned values.
And then, of course, orbit.
Yeah,
3
I know
minutes
exactly
and
what he's talking
50
about.
seconds into the flight. And communications have been reasonably good, as sharper than we can recall any past launch.
We agree.
4 minutes into the flight.
2 minutes, 7 seconds now. We should have orbit.
I hope so, man.
Into the flight.
Flight
I hope
directors
so.
advise his controllers to stand by for a status
Oh, I
check.
see your
Check
stars
each
out
one of
there,
them
man.
now. He's gotten to go from all positions here in the control center. Bill and Jim Lovell, our Capcom, has just advised Armstrong that he has a go from the ground.
Jim
We'll be breaking
Lovell
out more
has
cigars
just
in
advised
Houston.
Armstrong.
At
He
this
would
rate.
go from the ground.
This has been a perfect day so far. 1-2, a 1-2 punch for America.
Downrange distance now about 280 miles. Altitude 80 miles.
Up she goes. Perfect liftoff. We're getting second stage.
And again, pilot says we're right down the middle on our traces here.
1 minute now, the second stage cutoff. 2 minutes to orbit.
5 minutes into the flight.
41 seconds to engine cutoff, second engine cutoff. That's the important thing. When that works, then we know we've made it.
Mark .8 has achieved 80% of the velocity desired. We're now 85 miles high. And Lovell assures Armstrong again that he looks very good here on the ground.
Very good all around. Should be getting that second stage engine cutoff. Just about 10 seconds from now.
We have second stage cutoff. Approximately 5 minutes, 40 seconds.
There you had it. Second stage cutoff, and boy, the cigar.
5 minutes, 50 seconds. In about 10 seconds, the crew should initiate their thrusters. Flight dynamics confirms again he's go, and Lovell is passing this up to the crew.
Back in the ground, no damage here at pad 19. Took all the flames
6
out.
minutes, 5 seconds into the flight.
Orbit should be coming up right now.
And Armstrong advises they have completed their burn. They are free of the second stage.
That's it. That's it. Armstrong and Scott are in orbit right at this very moment now, beginning this dramatic chase through space. They got 1,200 miles to go. They're going to close the gap gradually over 5.5 hours. Be a dramatic rendezvous and then docking.
6 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight.
All right, I'm trying to do this maneuver node. All right, so all right, I'm going to exit the craft finally here because yeah, that particular. I try to use this stupid maneuver node again, and that really screwed me up. Did that work? Oh man, look at that. I was just trying to clean up my maneuver node. I got too cocky. You're kidding me. Don't burn up. Dude. That sucks. Oh man, that is just so lame. I try to just do a circular eyes. Oh. they would have survived. All right. I know exactly what I did. I could just do it again. I'm not going to do it though. I'll put on exactly where I messed that up. Although what exactly the freaking thing, why it didn't reactivate, I have no idea. I hit circular eyes at the next apoapsis. Maybe because I was still in the atmosphere. So because the apoapsis changed, it messed up the calculation or something, so it couldn't actually set when it was going to activate. That's freaking lame. It's basically, as long as you use this nav ball down here, you can totally just keep, if you're just doing an equatorial orbit, or even if as long as you keep your bearings, you can know where your rocket is and where it needs to be. And I was also looking at I could still do it again. It's just like, I don't want to do something else stupid, mess it up. Forgot this one has, I put this really weak engine on. I forgot I was complaining about that last time. This freaking engine. I might just have to change this engine out entirely. I'm not sure why I didn't in the first place. Because I did that with the Atlas, so this is the last of the Gemini program. Maybe that's why. Maybe because I was like, why bother? Since I only have like the one mission left. Because after this year. So they did a bunch this year. I don't think they did any next year. I think these were the last. No more of these. Well, these are cool looking. I forgot all about how this engine is weak. If I would have remembered that, I wouldn't have actually, well, I don't know. Because yeah, I think even though I have the correct apoapsis is above. Well, no. Yeah, this engine sucks. Should reserve that for like satellites that need adjusting, need their attitudes adjusted. Just see them make it. Speed keeps increasing. Before I reach right now, my actual altitude is 120 kerbometers, 121 kerbometers. But my apoapsis is 125. That's rising a bit, but as soon as my actual hits my apoapsis, which is where I'm going to hit before I start falling, so I really need to increase my speed big time. This engine really slow. So if at some point I decided to create and execute the circular eyes, it stopped the engine. All of a sudden, it dropped my speed big time. I guess the thing didn't anticipate how weak it should have. Well, I guess I did not say that. I don't know. I did not anticipate the slowness of this engine. Nice going, guy. Here's right over there. Down in the corner, because I'm trying to keep a fair. I mean, at this point, we're just at 127. Definitely going to make it just. I still need to use the rest, which isn't a proper engine. That's right. Yeah, this Gemini capsule is so. I forgot how weird it is too. There's not a proper engine at the end of it. I should have. I had a chance to remind myself of that when I just landed that other one. Actually said it too, but apparently it's hard to do that anyway. But all right, so now I'm pretty much high enough that I think I'm safe doing that. Only I'm going to tell it to circularize at a specific altitude of 120. My apoapse is 147. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it really low because I'm going to head up behind it. I think is what they said we were going to do. Matter of fact, I'm just going to circularize right now. At a certain time, right now. Stop. What are you doing? At a fixed time of 0 seconds. Dude, what is this thing doing? Did this thing just get me killed again? I think it did. All right, let's throw that out a bit. We are dropping again. Maneuver planner. I'm not sure what. I think it's lead time. It's got to be lead time planner. Because I'm wondering if that's what just happened there. Let's see if we make it through the atmosphere without destroying ourselves again. Man, this is pretty wacky. We'll separate. Well, we're already at 57. We're going to start going back up, though. But I'm not sure if we're super low. This is scary. And I can't really do much until we get to our lowest point. Okay, so there's the moon out there. All right, this is way, that space is silent. All right, good. As long as this thing survives the heat from being in a super low orbit and gets out of there fast enough, we can get ourselves into orbit. So now we're swinging. We've just going around the planet once, basically. Now we're rising up again at the highest point. Now our apoaps are we're still in the atmosphere right now. Surprised we're not like you can't see how hot everything is getting. We're just not going that fast yet. We're still slowing down immensely. But now we're in space. Now we're 70 up. We're going super fast, really fast. So now, okay, let's see if we can do a circularized orbit with our. All right, I think we're gonna be good. I remember I did put extra fuel in this thing. Oh boy. Not cool. Man, this one's not having good luck with this one. Also, I'm missing our stuff up there. Oh man. Well, the real one. So this is the one where Neil Armstrong they docked with the thing, and then one of their thrusters got stuck, and they started spinning around big time. I might try to actually just do that at this point. Docking done, dealt with. All right, I really. All right, let's do it this way. The maneuver node is not part of that mech-jeb thing. I think it's this mech-jeb thing is screwing me up. At this point. Whoa, what is that? Because I don't want to go all the way up there. So this is not good. Well, that'll have me going above it. Well, that's fine. That's just how I'll catch up with the Aegina. I don't know what the burn time is, but I think I'm gonna have to fudge it. Man, I'm missing my freaking mono propellant on the front of this. This is so bad. Do we want to abort the mission, Neil? No, sir. All right, we're at 139. We need to circularize our orbit. We're still in orbit. We're fine. But we don't have a lot of fuel left anyway.
Show me the way. Show me the way. Show me the way to get back to your heart. 'Cause baby, I love you.
What should I do here? Oh, for the sake of time. That's what, 300 by 300, 150 by 180. All right, I think we're gonna be fine. We want to be low enough to where we're hitting the Agena. We're gonna get that Agena. We're gonna be higher than the Agena at this point, I believe. All we need to do is make sure we catch up with it properly. There we go. The fact that we don't have, oh man, the monopropellant being gone is a real drag. Am I going to be able to, wait, there's monopropellant up there. Why wasn't that on before? It's only working if I'm in docking mode. What's up with that, Daddy-O? Alright. At this point, let me just take that off. So I have to make sure. Okay, now where is the Agena? That's all. Should be up there as a probe. Zero satellite info set. There's the geosynchronous satellite. There's our satellites around the moon. The American one, Looney 1, and Looney Orbiter 1. So it looks like that's not included. Gemini 8 is us. Gina test vehicle. There it is. Set as target. Now I can turn that off. Alright, there's our test vehicle. We're in a very similar orbit. Right, I'm going to give this mech jump thing a try. Again, just for the interception. That's going around at one level. I'm going around at another level. I mean, at another speed level. Synchronizing. Closest approach. Let's just see what that looks like. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. It doesn't look normal. That's my target. Home and transfer. So basically what this is doing is, because we're all orbiting at different speeds, us and what we're trying to, so at some point we're going to be the exact right amount of distance apart from each other to where we'll very easily get in contact with each other. Alright, so that bizarre, but let's see what has happened now. So it looks like now we are going to get really close. We're going to be within 2 kilometers of each other, so we just got to clean that up, and we're going to be rendezvousing a bit on the dark side. Okay. Now that I know I'm that close, fine tune closest approach. What is that? 200 meters? Yep. All right, so it just seems to be working for that. So this says, all right, relative speed 80. So this is now, I've now done some maneuvers. So right now, this thing is pretty close to me. It's a little bit behind me. I obviously can't see it. Can I? No. Is that an airfield? But at some point, we're going to be matching up. So I've just done a maneuver that's so that down the road here, over here in this orbit, we're going to be hitting real close to each other, intersecting almost. So, but we're going to be intersecting, and this says we're going to be going. Our relative speed is going to be 80 meters a second. So we're going to need to, but we're going to be coming really close. So what I need to do now is set this to match velocities. And basically at the closest approach, that's the only thing we're going to be able to do. So hopefully we'll be able to do it quick enough to where we don't fly by this thing. So let's create the node. This says to do it in 9 seconds. I just do it now, but I think it's cool we're doing it like this. I'll show this dude in here. And it says -8 minutes is when we get to our maneuver node. So I'm going to try to get to that. And let's warp to it. We're going to hit it on the dark side. Negative something seconds. Are we already stopped? If I can see it. If I have it targeted, it should be highlighted. See, I am going now 8 meters a second away from it. I mean, what's happened there? Did I just hit something? Did I just hit it? No way. That would have been too much. Let's see, do I see it anywhere? I have it targeted. I should be pretty close to it. Be very, very close to it. Like they're so close together that I can't see the difference between them. Oh man. Wait, is it not targeted anymore? I wonder if I like actually hit it and destroyed it or something weird like that. No, I see it right there. Fatless Agenda Test Vehicle. Set as target. Distance. It's 2 some meters away. I'm gonna face it. I'm gonna go straight towards it. Now I'm gonna turn around and slow myself down, even as I'm still going towards it. Man, these thrusters probably used some. We used some work. Could have used some work. I'm trying to use these docking thrusters in a certain way, but the way these are, it's just bizarre. How close are we gonna get? That's not good enough. Turn that to that. Alright, this whole thing is taking on a life of its own. What is my fuel? About to run out. What the hell? What? Yeah, I should be able to just... I shouldn't need to create a maneuver. I'm close enough to it. I should just be able to go... I guess I just need to wait until I'm in daylight so I can actually see. But if he's targeted, I should actually see him being targeted. Like as a reticle. Do I have that? Maybe it's like because it's turned off. Let me see something here. I think there's a setting. Yeah, I think that's what my problem here now is. There's a setting that makes a reticle appear around things that are at a distance. I'm guessing the kinks are gonna not be cool. I need to find which setting, which controller setting makes. Is it? Am I gonna be able to find it? I need there to be a reticle showing me how far away the thing is from me. It's on difficulty options. It's just in like the. I don't know if that's gonna be in there. Mobile settings. I mean, it's either it's F something. Not F3. F2 is the entire UI. I don't think it's F1. Yeah, there, it's F4. All right, there it is. It's 9 miles away. Sheesh. Let's see if I can just. Can't. It's around so much. And at some point we're gonna have to intercept. Where is it? Where is it? Match velocities with target. Match velocity. Create the header. That's be 2 minutes. I can see its distance as we're closing in. Basically, just have to do this a few times. I can almost see it. Alrighty. Calm down. It's over there. Somewhere. Does it stop being targeted when it gets really close to you? Oh, I'm stupid. I turned it the other way. Oh, there it is. I see it. All right, so we are going to intercept that guy. There's us way over there. This is like one of us has a telescope or binoculars and sees this thing from our spacecraft. Yeah, those thrusters, that's really going to be a problem docking with that thing with those whacked out thrusters like that. I mean, we're rendezvousing, but man, we're going to try. We're going to try. We can, yeah, at this point we can switch over to this. This has a gyro, so we can face that towards that like that. To really lock those things together. Alright. Get back over there. Don't have a way to slow myself down from that angle. That's not cool. That is not cool. I don't know. We might have to abort this mission. Change that around. This is absolutely absurd. This is not as bad as the problem Neil Armstrong had when they clamped onto it and started going completely out of control. But see what happens if I just keep that on there. I mean, it's still not gonna. Change that. Anything beyond that is gonna really. There it goes. Turn it around. Hit the brakes. This would be so easy with thrusters, like, yeah, well, yeah, this might just prove to be impossible. Look how close we are, though. Like, let's see. I mean, right there. We might be able to do this. Yeah, look how close we're getting. You know what? Let's see if I undo that. Face, keep facing it. Let's go back over to this guy. We can. Oh, there's not a SAS module to face target. That would be really. So I put definitely. I should have put. Remember I was going to put the other booster on it. Doesn't move at all either. Oh wait, I have it on the wrong thing. I need to make that docking for my target here. And point that right there. That point it. Let's switch back over there. I mean, it's inevitable. I'm going to have to hit that again. The mountains below us. Let's see if I switch to this. Oh, come on. Switch back up. We're like that close. I gotta go. I have to use the facilities again. Now I want to pause it because oh man, what is this? Betty Page dancing? Oh man, I don't want to watch it. Hold on. Just a moment. I am going to. This is going to be a really. I knew this was going to be a long one. But I want to put on the footage of the actual rendezvous of those guys reacting to seeing the Gina out the window. It's very cool. And okay. I thought it was Eugene out the window because he's like, "Yeah, man, that is slick." You can just hear the amazement in their voice. No, that's the launch. Oh man, I really want to find it.
David, in about I'm sorry.
Should I make this its own video or something? I don't know. Jim, God bless you, man. I appreciate it. I am. That does slow me down. We are way off of that. All right, I don't know if there was another mission but this one's a failure. I think it is. I mean, the Neil Armstrong one, Gemini 8 did dock with it, but it also was a failure, semi-failure, because they had to, they had the mess up where they almost died. But I might need to I don't know. Well, I'm not sure. I do want to finish it. I don't really have a. I don't care if if I've been going for 4 hours already. But the question is, do I want to redesign this entire thing, or do I want to keep trying to dock with this with these faulty thrusters? Okay.
Listen, now, girl, oh, well, you're not high class. You may be flying real high now, but you'll never last. And I've got to know now. Yeah, I wanna know now. Got to hear you say it, baby. Well, I've gotta know now.
Wow, so I can't. This is Gina. It has a faulty probe. That's terrible. I'm gonna try to do this. If I can, on a rudimentary level, increase my speed. Let's go. Problem is the Gina cannot. I can control the Agena, but its targeting systems are messed up. Messed up because I put the wrong probe on it. Which means I need to be super precise with this one. Which means even if these thrusters were normal, this would be difficult. Now I'm matching speeds with that thing perfectly. I try to face it again. Now I'm heading towards it. Towards it a little bit more. Slow myself down again. Without doing that. Face the target again. And you gotta just do this very surgically. How close can I let it? Because I don't want to smash into it and kill us all. At this point, let's slow ourselves down. It's over there. It's over there. Can we even move without that? Oh, this thing not even have. Oh man. That's I mean, at this point, there's not much. I mean, other than just trying to hit into it, let's move over there and make it face us. I can move this thing around. It has reaction wheels. But to make it face that dude down there, let's face him now. There's actual the docking port. Ooh, look how close that is. We're getting it. We are docking with this sucker. How much fuel does that guy have? We're gonna dock with it. We're gonna take that thing to the moon. Let's undo this. Let's face it again. Using only reaction wheels. Back to this thing. Using only. Well, we can't do anything else, but that. Oh dear, it's backwards. Well, I knew that was going to happen. Come on. This is so ridiculous. Oh. Oh, we got it. We've got it docked. So I wonder which part of. I wonder if I was supposed to, if I should have put a thruster on the Agena. Can't believe I did that. Wow. Let's go to daytime. Let's see the results. Look at that, first docked spacecraft. Whew. That was exciting. Oh man, the last Gemini mission had some EVAs. Sure, it wasn't when the Agena. They also did. Yeah, I'm rushing through these, even though this was like over 4 hours long. I'm still rushing through this entire space program. But yeah, it's some EVA action going on. Getting scared out here. Let's get back in there. Oh. Grab it. So if we can control that from here. That thing has a lot of fuel. Well, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna end out 1966 by putting this thing in a super ecliptical orbit using the Agena. I'm not gonna do any more Geminis. This is gonna be the final Gemini. From there, prograde that, and Mr. So yeah, even though we're out of fuel for the other one, that's okay. Let's so these guys break some records. We're gonna go really high elliptical orbit just for the heck of it. I think they did. I want to find out which mission did that. No, that's fine. And we'll do an EVA out there. Gemini 12 was Buzz Aldrin and Jim Lovell. Looks like they didn't do anything. I mean, they did EVAs. And Let's see. Previous Gemini project. Where's the entire list? "11" did a rendezvous. And 11 used the propulsion system of the Aegina to travel really far. Into a really elliptical orbit. Let me try to find, does this actually put that? Their apogee, 1,361. Pretty much in this game would be like 900, but this is fine. Let's warp all the way over there now. So we can get that nice long view of the Earth. And then we'll do an EVA out there for the posterity. So they did a bunch of experiments where they went out and they put experiments on the outside of the spacecraft to test stuff. They had to go out and collect it. They're really high orbit. I wonder if he did an EVA when he did that orbit. Yep, they did a spacewalk. Did he do the spacewalk when they were that high up? This way. Pete Conrad and Dick Gordon. If I'm not mistaken, these are the same two guys that go on to Apollo 12 as well. That's interesting, they kept them together. Yep. That's a really fun mission to listen to. And here's a photograph from the Aegina docking. Tethers on it and stuff. For the view. Right, let's bring them home. We're going to use the Aegina to drop our orbit. We're going to go in hard. Perfect, switch that up there. Let's do it. Let's do it. Well, that was an ordeal to dock with that thing. But I know if the thrusters were better, it would have been fine. All right, we're entering back to Earth. And that'll replace the fact that Neil Armstrong had such a problem and almost died with his when they. Well, but they start. I might as well just do it now because we're landing now. There's nothing more to do. They had it to where it just started doing this over and over again, and they couldn't stop it. And one thruster on one side was stuck, basically doing that. Man, doing it faster and faster and faster. Now this one, because this has reaction wheels, it's actually not that bad, but then they had to get control of it while it was doing this. Well, actually, they separated from it, like with an emergency. But that's what happened with them for quite a while. Like, yeah, there's video of that as well. That was Gemini 8. It didn't happen when they were this high up. But it happened. Alright. Enough fun. We can hit our SAS system. Does work. Actually, hold up. No. Let's do this. Let's have it. Oh no, there's a problem, Houston. But we can separate. Emergency separation. This dock. I can hit the dock. Emergency undocking. There is no emergency undocking. I can just dock. Oh, there we go. There we go. Boom. Undocked. There's the other one flying off into space. Well, we've already done our maneuver. So we're good. So we're both heading down into the atmosphere. Basically falling. There it goes. Let's get off into space. Alright, let's fast forward and get our guys back in the year of 1966. We go falling down onto the globe.
Then all at once came a sudden change. Things you did seem quite unreal. Black lightning's light was all you could feel. Said you gotta beware.
That's 66.
Black lightning light seeks you everywhere. Said you gotta beware. For black lightning.
This is all 66, man. This is great. So we're coming in a lot hotter than usual. Did we get the milestone? Yes, we did. Look at that. Performed a docking maneuver on Kerbal. The first station. So that's considered the first station. We don't need to use that. Oh, no. Separate. Get away from that. Well, what did the problem hitting that caused? That was a total accident. I think it had to go. Oh, I think we're still on course. Just make sure these parachutes are good. What's the other one? Minimum pressure. Altitude 1000 should be fine. It's going to work up there. It's going to work anywhere. Oh, this one doesn't even separate at the top. Yeah, I used... Oh, that's hot. That's really hot. Wow, that really was close. I was only bringing that down from low orbit before. That got really close to... Wow, that got really hot. That was close. Someone survive that? Yeah, this part's supposed to separate. So I used a yeah. Well, obviously this whole thruster, this entire Gemini program had its issues. I'm sure the Apollo will go off of that. That's right.
I'll keep searching till the break of day. I'll keep searching. I'll find her someday. She cheated on me, so I set her free. She wasn't the girl I thought she'd be. She cheated on me, so I set her free. She wasn't the girl I thought she'd be. Lost love, where can she be? Lost love, where can she be? Where can she be? Where can she be? Where can she be? Where can
It's out of my hands, baby. I think I found somebody new. They're filling the stands, baby, just to see what you're gonna do. It's out of my hands, baby. They don't believe it could be this way. You don't understand, baby.
I'm just gonna let this drop naturally. Had a smooth 4 hours and 30 minutes. And I wish everybody a blessed weekend. God bless. Jesus save.
It's out of my hands, baby. 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 I will love you, I will hold you. I'm happy, you're my wife. I will love you, I will hold you until the end of life. You will love me, you will hold me. You're happy, I'm your man. You will love me, you will hold me as often as you can. And may men